Folks, how are we doing today? I'm doing great. I actually woke up today at 7 a.m. After getting a full 14 hours of rest. Okay, I crashed at 5 p.m. yesterday. So I am energized. I'm ready to do this thing. I have a little bit of brain fog, which is always what happens the day after you pull an all-nighter, even after you slept. So, um, but I think I'm good here. So I'm here. I'm in action. The day feels so fucking long. I'm just like not used to this. Aiden idolizes Europeans. He will never disavow Parry. What? Yeah, dude, I just like idolize people because they're European. So fucking true. So true. What is up, people? What is up? Um yeah, so we got some stuff on the docket today. No, I'm not wearing this. I just have a bunch of I have a literally like 20 black t-shirts that I wear as pajamas, loungewear, etc., etc. Cuz if I'm going to sit here for a while, I might as well be comfortable. Um when can we have a perfect Aiden? Never. Just never. Euro fetishist. What the fuck does that mean? Yeah, dude, I'm just like a Malta simp. I'm just like a total simp for Malta. So true. Um, of course I've disavowed Parry, and I've done so repeatedly now. I was one of the first people to talk to him about this. But I understand what Parry's doing, and Parry's not somebody where you could appeal to like, how dare you? Okay, this man is sick. This man is hospitalized. How dare you? That's not how Parry works. Okay, you can't when you're talking to someone like that, you can't like rely on like a appeal to basic human decency. Ultimately, I think that there's some maybe fair questions to be asked, but Parry has ruined it for anybody who's looking to ask fair questions. Brandon Buckingham is obviously hospitalized. I know that, you know that, and Parry knows that. Parry just wants to have some like original rage baity angle on this, so he's actually just contesting the hospitalization in and of itself. What you could question is the nature of his diagnosis, whether or not he was potentially fear mongering when he was tweeting out like speculative diagnoses and ask since he's getting a large amount of money from this and because people in the space have scammed in this manner previously, asked for transparency, asked for the medical records. But obviously, he's still in the hospital, so I would be okay if people would hold off on that question until he is discharged. $10 from Periex. Thank you so much. Super fucking based. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving. I just woke up late and I don't know, dude. I ate some Chinese food and yeah, that was mostly it. You look like a SoundCloud rapper who went through the rinse cycle. The fuck does that mean? You get the same pushback if you quit. Well, it depends on how you're doing it. This is a guy who, as far as I know, has no documented history of telling major lies, and most people who tell me they're sick, I believe them, right? I think we believe people. You obviously don't ask for evidence on everything, and people don't provide evidence on everything. But if there is like valid reason to doubt, and then you ask for that evidence, I think you have a right to it if you're giving the guy money over his claims. But if you were to word it in a manner, if let's say Parry never did what he did, and you were to word it in a manner of, hey, there's been like a lot of different stuff tweeted out about like the sake of your health. I'm not doubting it happened, but because people have lied about this in the past, I think it would be like wise of you to engage to maintain some sort of transparency around the nature of the illness, since you're bringing it to the public and obtaining money off of it. So you're not accusing him, but you're just saying this possibility exists and you are getting money off of this and have made it public. Therefore, transparency is crucial. And then requesting, I don't know who could reasonably push back if you were to word it like that. The problem is, off of nothing, there is like a you lied about this, you did this angle, which I feel is kind of baseless right now. You don't have to necessarily always take the stance this is 100% real or this is outright false. You can be dubious of something or question something without necessarily automatically asserting that it's fake, which it seems like that's what Parry's doing, and it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot that's going to really change his mind, because even like because he's obviously making like ridiculous claims of doubt in regards to the hospital itself being fake, which he doesn't believe. I don't believe he thinks that for a second. Um, 200 views last stream, 20 views. Yes, dude. I love when I love like the type of person that does not understand how like streams work and like comes at the very beginning and is like, "What's happening, man? I'm comparing the numbers 3 hours into your stream to your numbers at the beginning, and it looks like there's a fall off. I'm very intelligent." Do I really like actually need to explain to you why that's what the problem with that would be? How is the antiretroviral? I do not have HIV, okay? I do not have HIV, despite speculation. Anyways, for our first topic, we are going to be covering drama surrounding the woke colleges. Okay, for those of you that don't know, conservatives, as if it were the Satanic Panic or the Red Scare is a better comparison. All over again, there's this like major narrative. I'm actively a college student, right? And I was in high school a few years ago. So I think that like I was in multiple high schools. I think that I have seen, um, I think that I have some reference frame of reference for what they consider woke or whatever. But they fearmonger over the schools, the teachers, etc., etc. What I've found about college is this. Okay, you it is overwhelmingly like left wing in regards to professors. I know professors will kind of insinuate what their political standing is, sometimes overtly say it, but I found through my discussions with other students and my own experiences that you may be exposed to new ideas, but that's not necessarily gonna like ideologically brainwash you into them. For many people, it does the opposite. Many students, when they're greeted with like a left wing professor or some shit, don't like that professor, and kind of like hold firm. I don't think that like all this like radical. I don't think all this radicalization is occurring at the colleges, right? You may be exposed to left wing ideas, and I don't think it's bad to be exposed to ideas that are in opposition to your own, but I don't think that like we need to do all this fucking Red Scare level fear mongering, especially in regards to the high schools as well. I've seen almost no politics in high school, unless I was taking a class related to it. And if anything, well, not if anything, teachers are kind of under attack by everybody right now. And I've talked about this before. I really empathize with teachers. I think teachers in America do a very important but hard job, and do not get credit anymore for it, and are just being attacked by everyone. Parents have like just that we're in an era where there's like zero responsibility taken for your child's education. You think because you're giving the child to a teacher, all the work is supposed to happen there and none of it continues at home. And then you blame the teacher when you don't get the results you want and your kid's failing, even though you're not helping them engage in like good study habits outside of school, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. Anyways, though, also furthermore, it's just a general like it's just a general it's not necessarily that there's like some broader conspiracy that colleges are left wing. Even Fuentes admits this. The There is a positive correlation between levels of education and your political slant, right? Which direction you lean towards. This is not because they'll be like, oh, well, that just proves the professors themselves are getting radicalized in college. No, it just tends to be the case that like if you're educated on history, if you're educated on basic argumentation, if you're educated on politics, you probably and are somebody that is capable of digesting that information, you're probably going to lean left wing. Hold on. You can always, yeah, most of what I've learned in my life was not through school, unless it was math. Because I fucking hated it. Most of what uh, I give my I give my late grandfather a lot of credit because I spent a ton of time with him growing up. My interest in history, my interest in like foreign countries, etc., that was all shaped by him. That's all he would talk about. In hindsight, I genuinely think he might have been autistic, but that like is all he would talk about, and that was uh, way more influential in my life than school. But anyways, the reason I bring this up is because there's drama where Turning Point USA at Ohio State University, or sorry, Oklahoma, at the University of Oklahoma. I don't know why I said Ohio State. Let's get into this. Hold on. We'll go through this together. For a psychology course at the University Oklahoma, is it really the University Oklahoma? Sure, it's not the University of Oklahoma, TPUSA. Samantha Fulnecki, Fulnecki was asked to write a 650 words. Is 650, like, I guess that isn't, can be an essay. 650 words, like, fucking nothing, dude. A 650 word essay reacting to an article about how people are perceived based on society in 12-point font Times New Roman. What would that be? Like a page and a half? About how people are perceived based on societal expectations of gender. In her essay, Fulnecki argued that traditional gender roles should not be considered stereotypes. She cited the Bible to support her stance that eliminating gender in society would be detrimental because that would put people farther from God's original plan for humans. She received 0 points out of 25 on the essay. Transgender professor Mel Curtis said Mrs. Fulnecki failed to use empirical. Yeah, true. She did fail to use empirical evidence. If she's pulling the Bible like as evidence, unless you were like actually writing an essay about like what the Bible meant, interpretations of the Bible or a study of it, for your like for a humanities course in regards relating to a science, right? The psychology. You can't refer to the fucking Bible. Unless you're learning about like the psychology of religion or some shit. That is not empirical evidence. I know like a lot. Listen, I get a lot of people are Christian, Catholic, etc., etc. You can still believe in it while simultaneously admitting that there's not really like definitive proof that this is the ultimate. This is like the ultimate word of God, the ultimate word of God, or even like the correct interpretation of God. Like, I could just source I could have my own God and just source him for every argument that I fucking make. She received 0 points out of 25 in the essay. Transgender professor Mel Curtis said Mrs. Fulnecki failed to. Okay, sure, he said that. And called parts of her essay offensive. Dude, that's funny because I had my most left. No, that was not my most left wing teacher ever was my great philosophy professor who was just like a straight up communist, even though I personally disagreed with him. We had very interesting conversations. The my second most left wing professor, a lot of her assignments were like we had to do like assignments on Project 2025, but the assignment would be kind of open ended. It would be like find a policy you agree with or disagree with. It was a public speaking class. So what ultimately happened is there was one person in the class who actually did agree with part of Project 2025. And agree that like transgender people should not be able to participate in the sport section of their preferred gender, right? And I'm pretty sure she still got like full credit and shit. Even though I'm sure my professor detested her position. That's not obviously a good argument for how all left-wing professors operate, to be clear, but I don't think that any like accredited university, as long as you're meeting the guidelines of the assignment, even if the professor disagrees, you would have grounds, I'm pretty sure, to appeal if like the professor merely disagrees with the opinion or interpretation of something rather than you not meeting the actual grading criteria of the assignment. To call an entire group of people demonic is well, okay, that's true. That's true. Like that's not even an argue. Like it's she's not even saying her argument is offensive. Like this is just like fucking. That's not an argument to say that these people are like demonic. That's like a personal like opinion. That's like a personal opinion based insult, right? Like I wouldn't care if I lost great. I would not care if I lost points over instead of like breaking down the instead of breaking down and refuting arguments based on substance, if I added in a sentence where I called the people with the opinions like retarded, regardless or not if I actually believe that, I wouldn't be surprised if I lost points over that, and I wouldn't care if the professor deemed that to be like called that offensive, because it's not like offense taken by virtue of the actual argument or opinion. It's offense taken by virtue of the insult that serves no real weight in the context of making an argument. Fulnecki says she followed the assignment guidelines and should not be penalized for her religious viewpoints. OU officials point to the formal grade appeal process as the student awaits a decision. We at Turning Point OU stand with Samantha. We should not be letting mentally ill professors or how is she meant? Okay. Mentally ill professors around students. Clearly, this professor lacks the intellectual maturity to set her own bias aside and take grading seriously. Professors like this are the very reason conservatives cannot voice their beliefs in the classroom. Kudos to Samantha for leading by example and standing up for what she believes in. U of Oklahoma, do better. So, also, why does she want to be a if she believes like things are demonic and she probably believes in like possession and shit, why the fuck would she ever want to go into like a field like psychology? Unless she's gonna do like religious psychology and like argue that someone's mental health problems are a result of like demonic possession. But just to be clear, they're also now attacking the professor by virtue of like personal matters. You know, you could say remove all your bias from grading. I don't think anyone's truly able to do that. But to be clear, I probably would have given the same argument the professor gave. I don't know if I would have said offensive so much as this is like a I would probably write like this serves no use in the context of making an argument and is a pointless inclusion or something. I don't fucking know, something like that. But I don't think that the professor being trans is like what's affecting the validity of the grade. But let's continue. We're gonna do this. They should have posted the rubric or the grading criteria at the start. But here's how we're gonna do this. I'm gonna put myself in the shoes of a college professor, and we're gonna grade her assignment. Okay, we're gonna grade her assignment. There are possibilities. Wait, hold on. Wait, where's the criterion? Hold on. Directions. Wait, why are the directions cropped? To accurately assess this, TPUSA Ohio, Oklahoma. I don't know why I keep saying Ohio. TPUSA University of Oklahoma. To accurately assess this, we want the full directions that were given to Samantha, and we want the article that she was interpreting. Why is it cut off? There are other possibilities as well. The best reaction papers illustrate that students have read the assigned materials and engaged in critical thinking about some aspect of the article. Formatting requirements, 12-point font Times New Roman. Grading, reaction papers are graded on a 25-point scale and are evaluated based on the following. Does the paper show a clear tie-in to the assigned article? So 10 points to basically prove you read it, and that what you're saying is tied into that, which will prove you read it. Does the paper present a thoughtful reaction or response to the article rather than a summary? That's 10 points. And then, is the paper clearly written? 5 points. Okay, I have some problems, I guess, with the professor's grading criteria because you have discussions and then you have like proper assignments and essays. And if it's like a mere discussion post, there's kind of like an understanding that those are a little less formal. And those are not necessarily like you're not really doing like an argumentative essay per se. Um, I and it doesn't seem like the like soundness or validity of the argument is a grading is a criterion here when grading it. So I don't I think the professor should have specified that, right? $2 from Soul Skibbity, my favorite royal guard. Thank you, buddy. Overall, reading articles such as this one encouraged me to one day raise... Wait, this is number 5. We want number 1. She's gonna be a Fox newscaster. She's gonna dye her hair blonde. The article was very thought-provoking and caused me to thoroughly evaluate the idea of gender and the role it plays in our society. The article discussed peers using teasing. You don't need to add as a way to. You could just do to enforce gender norms. I do not necessarily see this as a problem. Why is the text cut here? God made male and female and made us differently from each other on... I want to know what the original article is about. God made male and female and made us differently from each other on purpose and for a purpose. You would say... Okay, that just reads really weirdly. I wouldn't use a word like that twice in a sentence. God is very intentional with why is it like a Christian thing to capitalize he when referring to God? I know God is capitalized if you're Christian, but does he need to be capitalized? And I believe trying to change that would only do more harm. Gender roles and tendencies should not be considered stereotypes. How are you in college and still don't understand that the period would go inside of the quotation marks? Women naturally want to do womanly things. This is not an argument. You're not critically engaging at all. You're quite literally saying women just want to do womanly things because that's the way it is. This is not why are you going into psychology? Huh? That's a stylistic thing, Aiden. That's just not grammatically correct, to be clear. I don't know why. I gotta stop dude. I always find like one filler word or phrase. I say to be clear too fucking much. Before it was, I realized I was editing down one like stream of mine once, and I said the word fuck. Like, I'm not offended by that word, but I said it like every other sentence, and it was like, what am I doing here? And then besides that, it used to be, what was it? It was I say a lot too. I gotta get better at just not being repetitive with that. $5 from Hannah. Christians have preferred pronoun choices for God. How ironic. True. Illegal. Make pronouns illegal. Dude, hold on. I missed some donuts. Let me read those real quick. We're already a quarter of the way to Streamly Gold. Thank you guys so much. Holy fuck. I just did it. Sheeny with the 5, with the salute. Salute to you too, bro. AG4L. Soul Skibbity with the 2. I already read that. And then, yeah, thank you all. Thank you. Much appreciated. But Perryx, is your fucking profile picture an edit of, like, me with Down syndrome? Interesting choice, man. Interesting choice. Gender roles and tendencies should not be considered stereotypes. Why? Make an argument. Women naturally want to do womanly things because God created us with those womanly desires in our hearts. Well, if the article is talking about like the role gender plays in society, it's obviously talking about people who would be born biologically male or female that don't want to do those things. So how are you going to dispute that your own, like, this actually would indicate you might not have read the article, right? I don't know. I actually don't know whether, I'm sure the article talks about transgender people. And if the article talks about that, then your assertion that just they naturally want to do womanly things without even specifying would kind of be refuted by the context, by the maybe like an anecdote or example within the article itself. Also, I don't really know what like a womanly thing is. Like I feel like that really differs. I'm not one of these people that sits here and is like, socially, men and women are identical. Okay, no, in it's going to depend on the society, right? But there are social differences between men and women, and biological differences. Obviously, I mean that's kind of a given. In the sense of how women would evaluate something versus men. Not that one is better than the other, but I know that there's studies that show there's like different factors that are of greater importance depending on if you're a male or a female. How like social groups and friendships amongst women amongst each other versus men amongst each other occur. So I think that they're obviously, I'm not living in some other alternate universe, but there are tomboys, there are people that are born, for the person writing this essay, gender and sex are synonymous, right? So what you were born as biologically is what you are in terms of gender. So if that is true, right? If that is true, then a biological female who transitions to a male would still be a woman to Samantha. And typically when a biological woman transitions to being a male, they do things that are more socially associated with men, right? So I that would kind of refute this argument you're making that it's just natural that people want to do these things, right? The professor also complained she didn't use empirical evidence, but the grading rubric didn't ask for that. I agree with you. I just criticized the grading rubric. I feel like that's kind of going to be a given, right? Or instead of like what the professor could have said, because I kind of know I don't think this seems like a discussion post, so I don't think the professor would necessarily be looking for like citations to a study or something, but like a falsifiable argument, something that can be like engaged with. Actually addressing the arguments made within the article and presenting a falsifiable argument yourself that you don't even necessarily need to source. So instead of like asking for empirical evidence, what I would have said is you're referring to an unfalsifiable your counterclaims don't engage with the substance of the article and actively like contradict examples from it without directly engaging with and attempting to refute the arguments you disagree with, and the claims you provide are reliant on an unfalsifiable source. So yeah, I don't know. The same goes for men. God created men in the image of his courage and strength, and he created women. He created women in the image of his beauty. He intentionally created women differently than men, and we should live our lives with that in mind. It's frustrating to me when I read articles like this and discussion posts from my classmates of so many people trying to conform to the same mundane opinion so they do not step on people's toes. I think that is a cowardly and insincere way to live. It is important to use the freedom of speech we have been given in this country, and I personally believe that eliminating gender in our society would be detrimental as it pulls us farther from God's original plan for humans. I think there are way better arguments. Obviously, I don't believe in eliminating fucking gender from society. I had a trans friend that made this argument to me, and I was explaining that I can understand why you feel this way. But in terms of like what your immediate goals are and what my immediate goals are for you, which is, the right to live, the right to live as you want to, right? Uh, I feel like this argument is just it's completely like utopian and unnecessary and will just like uh make serve to make moderates and right wingers like less accepting of the notion that people can actually like identify with different genders when you're talking about major sweeping changes like the complete abolition of gender within society itself. You having trans friend, I've had several. Not so much anymore. I mean, I there's people I consider acquaintances that are trans. I just don't have like a lot of friends. So obviously this like very small subset of people might not be accurately represented. Why do you believe gender is essential? I don't necessarily. I just don't think that I'm a pragmatist, not a and I think that sometimes, especially amongst like progressives and people on the left, pragmatism is like completely avoided in place of trying to achieve like the best solution immediately. And I just don't think that's realistic. And I think that many times that serves to alienate people that could be moved to our cause. Right? I've said this before. Like the difference between a hard lefty necessarily and like a Nazi for me is you can look at Nazi ideals and under a base having a basic sense of morality, et cetera, you can understand what the like merely believing that this ought to be the case, not even trying to implement it, would have very problematic implications for yourself. As opposed to somebody who believes that there should be a stateless classless society. There should be like a stateless classless society. Those people, I can understand why they want it. I just think politically they're idiots, right? We're not going to get there. And if we do try to get there, in belief that the ends justify the means, we'll completely sacrifice utility and millions of people will have to die along the way, which is obviously I want to avoid that. But I can understand how a moral person can reason themselves into that position. Why are you unfriending them? I didn't unfriend them. I don't unfriend people. It is very rare I will consciously burn a bridge. I'm a horrible communicator. I don't maintain friendships. I don't respond to DMs as much as I should. I don't respond to texts as much as I should. So naturally, I lose friends because I don't talk to people. If I'm your friend, why haven't you read my dono? So here's what we'll do, guys. Um, what I love, appreciate the support. I just for like $2 donuts and stuff, what I'll do is, because I appreciate you giving anything, what I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna try to do like clusters of like maybe $2 donuts, and then I'll read both, etc., etc. Because I don't want to. If I'm locked in, I don't want to like necessarily interrupt the segment, but I will try to read it the second you give it to me. But that might not always be the case if I'm like super locked in. Soul Skibidi with the 2. Stop the Neo Cabal. I shouldn't have read that actually. The Neo Cabal is rising. You can't stop it. Okay, it's coming. And you're all going in the crystal. I'm not a lone. People like think I'm trying to. Someone was like, "You want to be a lone wolf?" I don't want to be anything. This is just who I am. What is it? I have like a very weird like attachment style. It's not like I want to be alone per se. I just don't undergo efforts that would make it so I wasn't alone. Popular loner. True. All right, let's get back into this. Why do you associate a negative moral valence to hierarchy, but a positive one to egalitarianism? That's not like in okay. that's not like inherent, but that's not inherent necessarily. Like if you genuinely believe that a hierarchy will harm the least amount of people, like if your goal is to reduce harm and you believe that a hierarchy will harm the least amount of people, like that's why you want it, then that's where the moral value would be assigned, in the sense of you are trying to reduce harm. Just like with like the communists or the egalitarians or whatever, many of them, right? Many of them, they see equality as a means to minimize harm, right? That's not all of them, especially like the tankies or MLs. So it's not necessarily like the structure or the nature of how we're going to achieve harm reduction that I'm assigning a moral value to their beliefs over. It would be whether or not they believe in end results that would reduce suffering and harm. The problem with like the hierarchy proposed by Nazism is it would seek to benefit a single group at the expense of others, in which the net harm will outweigh the harm for all of humanity will outweigh any benefit amongst that individual group, right? Like, of course, Hitler believed in making life good for the German people, but that had to be done at the expense of Slavs, Jews, Romani, etc., etc. And so there's a net harm, and that would be obviously the moral. That would be where my moral value would be assigned, right? Anyways, it is important to use the freedom of speech we've been given in this country, and I personally believe that eliminating gender in our society would be detrimental, as it pulls us farther from God's original plan for humans. It is perfectly normal for kids to follow gender stereotypes because this is how God made us. The reason so many girls want to feel womanly and care for others in a motherly way is not because they feel pressured to fit into social norms. It is because God created and chose them to reflect his beauty and his compassion in that way. In Genesis, God said that it is not good for man to be alone. So okay, this is just quoting the Bible and attacking if I read this, I would legitimately just believe a student read the head, like, because this is a trans professor, it's an article relating to gender. Oh, this is just like an article that's going to talk about the transgender woke thing that I don't like. It's actually not being proven here in the course of this response that the article itself, whatever it is, was actually read. There's no like specific reference to arguments, etc., etc. It's just referring to the Bible over and over and over again. Have you ever cared? I've not cared for anyone in a motherly way. No. Many people assume the word helper in this context to be condescending and offensive to women. However, the original word in Hebrew is ezer kenegdo, and that directly translates to helper equal to. Additionally, God describes himself in the Bible using ezer kenegdo, or helper, and he describes his Holy Spirit as our helper as well. This shows the importance God places on the role of helper, women's roles. God does not view women as less significant than men. He created us with such intentionally and care. He created us with such intentionally and care, and he made women in his image of being a helper and in the image of his beauty. If leaning into that role means I am following gender stereotypes, then I am happy to be following a stereotype that aligns with the gifts and abilities God gave me as a woman. This is like a middle school tier essay. I'm sorry. There is actually like minimal critical engagement with I'm sure there was at least one argument made in the original article, but it's not here. The professor wants, these are like responses meant to be a reaction to the article, and you're not really referencing anything specific from the article. It seems like you're just attacking, the idea of gender, gender ideology and gender critical thought entirely, but it's not really proof that you've actually read what was in the article. Overall, reading articles such as this one encouraged me to one day raise my children knowing that they have a heavenly Father who loves them and cherishes them deeply, and that having their identity firmly rooted in who He is will give them the satisfaction acceptance that the world can never provide for them. My prayer for the I'm sure the Bible was not referenced in this article a single time. I get it. Students are religious. That's fine. But you have to understand in an academic setting, making these like unfalsifiable, like essentially sermons is not like a valid way of engaging with and responding to academic arguments. Unless the argument is about the substance of the Bible. It's like the academic argument is biblical, right? You're not even showing that you've read the article in this, which seems to be the professor's main point with this assignment in general. My prayer for the world, and specifically for American society and youth, is that they would not believe the lies being spread from Satan that make them believe they are better off as another gender than what God made them. I pray that they feel God's love and acceptance as who He originally created them to be. Interesting. What happened to your streams, bro? What do you mean what happened to my streams? I'm streaming right fucking now. Okay, this is the trans professor's response to Samantha's essay. Okay. Please note that I'm not deducting points because you have certain beliefs, but instead I'm deducting point for you posting a reaction paper that does not answer the questions for this assignment, contradicts itself, heavily uses personal ideology over empirical evidence in a science. Yes, this is a scientific field. I honestly do not know if you were this religious why you would ever fucking want to go into a field like psychology. If you believe that like gender dysphoria is just like Satan misleading people. While you are entitled to your own personal beliefs, there is an appropriate time or place to implement them in your reflections. Wait, hold on. And is at times offensive. While you are entitled to your own personal beliefs, there is an appropriate time or place to implement them in your reflections. I encourage all students to question or challenge the course material with other empirical findings or testable hypotheses, but using your own personal beliefs to argue against the findings of not only this article, but the findings of countless articles across psychology, biology, sociology, etc. is not best. It's not even engaging. It's not even engaging, right? If studies are being used that indicate a certain correlation, saying, well, actually, this isn't real, is not like a counter argument, or it's just like this, like that's not, especially in an academic setting, that's obviously not appropriate. You argue that abiding by normative gender roles is beneficial. It's perfectly fine to believe this. But so the professor is clearly emphasizing that it's not just because they have X or Y opinion, right? I'm sure if I was to write an adequate response to this using some studies that show like that that there's greater psychological issues brought on by living as a gender role incongruent with your sex or whatever, right? If I was to use that as a study and say it actually seems like based on previous findings from XYZ that this would not actually be beneficial for society. I honestly believe this professor wouldn't deduct points. She might disagree with it. She might even leave a comment disagreeing with me, but I don't think she would deduct points. And if she did deduct points, despite me clearly meeting the criterion of the assignment, then I would obviously appeal that. With that being said, in regards to the professor's own rubric or standards set for earning points in regards to this assignment, I just feel like the student completely missed the point, was not responding to anything. Like, I read I read the student's entire essay and I still don't know what the original article was entirely about. Like, I just know it was probably an article. Through inferences, I could tell it was probably an article that is gender critical, that refutes the notion of gender roles within society. But I'm sure that article has arguments as to why. And it doesn't seem like that student responds to any of those arguments in a way that would even prove that she read, like, beyond the vibe of the article and the title, right? You can be religious and a psychologist, but you have to understand that referring to the gospel is not like a valid argument in a scientific setting, in regards to a field like psychology. I'm not saying you can't be religious and a psychologist. Pretty sure most of like psychology's pioneers were probably religious to some extent, right? Freud was a I'm pretty sure an atheist, right? Aiden, that's her freedom of speech. Yes, freedom of speech is when I can write whatever the fuck I want and get full points. True. You argue that abiding by normative gender roles, there was a time where I didn't give a fuck about the article my professor assigned me. So I just like was making up shit I didn't believe in. It was a response assignment. It was like informal. So I was just like pulling shit out of my ass to engage with it. It was something to do with art. And the professor noted, like, here you say this, but here you say these are like both contradictory. And he did remove points for, like unironic. I've had points taken off for something very fucking similar in regards to me just trying to do an assignment I didn't care about and contradicting myself as a result of that. He was right. I didn't appeal it or make a big deal out of it because he was just right. I did contradict myself. But that's because I didn't fucking believe in anything I was saying. While saying that people aren't pressured into gendered expectations is contradictory, especially since your arguments reflect a religious pressure to act in gender stereotypical ways. You can say that strict gender norms do not create gender stereotypes, but that isn't true by definition of what a stereotype is. Please note that acknowledging gender stereotypes does not immediately denote a negative connotation, a nuance this article discusses. Additionally, to call an entire group of people demonic is highly offensive, especially a minoritized population. You're entitled to your own beliefs, but this isn't a vague narrative of society pushes lies. But instead of, yeah, this is just like a non-argument. It's just a personal attack. Society pushes lies, but instead the result of countless years developing psychological and scientific evidence for these claims and directly interacting with the communities involved. You may personally disagree with this, but that doesn't change the fact that every major psychological, medical, pediatric, and psychiatric association in the United States, like, okay, this is just an appeal to authority. I think the professor might be personally motivated here. This just isn't. You're just appealing to authority. You can still be a psychologist and disagree with mainstream psychology. That doesn't make you any less of a psychologist. The question would be, though, is your disagreement actually rooted in anything? And her disagreement is literally just rooted in trust me. Like reading her essay, it shows she like evidently probably did not read the article. And Psychiatric Association in the United States acknowledges that biologically and psychologically, sex and gender is neither binary nor fixed. Well, yeah, but that's just by the definition of the words, right? Gender would denote social presentation, while sex would denote, but like what you are biologically, and your sex is fixed, right? Your sex is fixed. There are some people that argue against that distinction in and of itself, which she could then argue for, but she doesn't even do that. She just says God wants it this way. She doesn't even like argue against the notion of separating sex from gender. I implore you to apply some more perspective and empathy in your work. If you personally disagree with the findings, then by all means share your criticisms, but make sure to do so in a way that is appropriate and using the methodology of empirical psychology as aligned with the learning goals in this class. If you have any additional questions or concerned about this or would like some additional educational resources, I would be happy to discuss this further and provide you with them. I think most of the professor's response is fine. I think at the end there, I wouldn't have necessarily included. I would have just briefly said, so that she wouldn't even have grounds to appeal based on my my own personal preferences going against the grading criteria, I would say something along the lines of, this is a personal attack on a group of people rather than an argument refuting a claim. If you want to attack gender critical thought, you could have argued against the distinction between the concepts of sex and gender. Instead, you just call them demonic and say that's not the way God wants it. So there's no actual argument provided refuting anything said in this article. This is not a college level essay. It's very obviously not, and I understand you shouldn't be evaluating what Samantha is saying as necessarily like a formal essay. Because if you're in college, you know how discussion posts are. It's not necessarily like a formal piece of writing. This is like an opinion, more of an opinions-based reaction piece. But even then, the reaction does not engage with any form of substance. It's just like, it's basically proving that you're religious. That's all this says. So I don't know. What's going on with Pete Hegseth, by the way? I keep fucking, why the hell, why are we just, like, killing people without trial now? I don't even know why I need to ask that question. It's, like, very fucking obvious. I'm not somebody that's gonna sit here and say, oh, these are probably just fishermen. We have an advanced Navy. We have an advanced Coast Guard. We should be able to stop people from entering without just and confiscate their drugs, even fucking arrest them without just like immediately killing them. What, like, I don't understand like why. Furthermore, like, it's not even like they're like attacking the structure of a cartel in and of itself. They're attacking the people that smuggle the drugs, which many times are not even necessarily like willing or enthusiastic voluntary conspirators or cooperators with the cartel. Sometimes, isn't it like people that owe the cartel debt or paying off some of the cartel or doing so to maintain them and their family's safety? I know like the smugglers, it's a little more ambiguous as to what their motives are. I'm not going to deny there are people that are probably doing this voluntarily and willingly, but those people deserve a trial. They don't deserve to be just like killed and then a trust me bro, trust me there. Because the thing is as well, I don't believe in the death penalty. I don't believe in it. But if you're going to use it, it needs to be like heavily scrutinized that there is zero possibility that the person that's being killed is innocent. Here, like, even though I agree it is probable that these people are smuggling drugs due to the context, the route, etc., even because there is a possibility, weird situations do exist, and because there is even a possibility, right, that these could be non-drug smugglers, the killing them is completely fucking inappropriate. Killing them, even if they were drug smugglers, is completely inappropriate. It completely overrides a trial. This is just like, I don't understand why you would ever do something like this and then brag about it. I'm noticing a lot of new names in the chat. I was losing subs. Okay, I was losing subs, but there's been a positive trend. I don't know where all the new people are coming from, but it's much appreciated. Hold on, I got sent something. Okay, apparently Parry is doing what me and Dickers wanted to do, something like this. This is the most cringe thing ever, but Parry wants me to, I guess, like, promote this real quick. Hold on. I just want to check this. Okay, I think he just sent me a fucking IP grabber. Um, He won't. I get. Okay, what is this, dude? Best commentary streamer, best drama, the Cole Award for the worst drama, worst take, best chatter, best couple, best bridge burn. Nominate your own category. So Parry wants me to promote this so that you vote, I guess, as the year comes to a close. Yeah, I'll link the URL in chat. There you go. Anyways. What would my actually? I'm saving that. I think me and Dickers are doing a New Year's stream IRL. I think that's what's gonna happen. And we will. I'll give you my personal opinions. In real time. Hold on. Okay, but I don't know like why like anyone is trying. It's obviously they're using like the fascistic aesthetics. I'm not saying we're a fascist country right now, but like in fascist countries, aesthetics are very important, and the aesthetics of like the potential for aggression, being aggressive, being like strong, and strength is synonymous with aggressing against people, going to war and shit. That's very important. The entire society, like in Nazi Germany, well before they went to war, every like every single like aspect of society was like wearing like military inspired uniforms. Look at like the Reich Postal Service, the Reich Forestry Service. All the uniforms were militaristic. It's like letting you know like we're a mobilized society that can attack. So like the Department of Defense was changed to the Department of War. Pete Hegseth is a war criminal and needs to be impeached and convicted. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth gave a verbal directive, according to two people with direct knowledge of the operation. The order was to kill everybody, one of them said. A missile screamed off the Trinidad coast, striking the vessel and igniting a blaze from bow to stern. For minutes, commanders watched the boat burning on a live drone feed. As the smoke cleared, they got a jolt. Two survivors were clinging to the smoldering wreck. The special operations commander overseeing the September 2nd attack, the opening salvo in the Trump administration's war on suspected drug traffickers in the Western Hemisphere, ordered a second strike to comply with So if they're clinging to the wreck of a boat, these people are not, they weren't like an immediate threat. They could argue, oh, like delivering drugs is a threat to life worthy of self-defense. That's obviously not what self-defense is like referring to, or defense. That's obviously not what defense is referring to. But furthermore, if they're clinging to the wreck, if there were any drugs, they're probably not there anymore. And these people are not, they're not going to be, there's no working functional boat. So they're not even going to be able to make it to your shore. So at this point, you can absolutely arrest them if you're suspecting them of drug trafficking. This is just murder. There's now, at this point, there is no justification for this. Pete Hegseth essentially just murdered like some people. That's just murder. This is unjust killing. It was unjust to begin with, but now it's like especially unjust when there are people that are still alive that don't present a threat anymore. If you're arguing that drugs are being smuggled on that boat, and for completely unnecessarily, you order a second missile strike to hit them. We've only just begun to kill narco terrorists. Yeah, that's murder. That's just murder. To call it like for me, I feel like to call it like a unjust military order legitimizes this. There's no like this is not like, this guy is a murderer. We obviously, if you hire a hitman on somebody and the hitman kills them, you're charged. Like, we obviously still consider you a murderer. This is just blatantly murder. Even if you're a conservative that argues that these people were that they were bringing drugs that were going to take American lives, and that we couldn't have risked people to go in and stop them while they were doing it, so this was the best option. Well, now how are you going to make that argument if there are two people clinging to life, to the wreck of a boat that is no longer mobile, can no longer even fucking make it to the United States? How are you going to justify this? What illegal orders? What illegal orders? This is Mark Kelly should be stripped of all his titles, telling the military to defy illegal. This is what they fucking mean. Yeah, that's what I mean. There's no like there's no war going on. This is not a war. He's just a murderer. I'm not even gonna legitimize him like that. He just murdered somebody. Two people. Even if you're not, you could obviously make the argument that the other boats were also murder, which in my opinion they are. But we don't even need to make that argument when it's this blatant. It's like this blatant. But going down this general trend. Hold on. Lauren Southern said the refugee boats had blankets coated in drugs. So fucking true. I saw something that I had to triple check was not rage bait. I'm still in complete and utter disbelief. For those of you who don't know, I'm liberal as fuck. My family is conservative. Now, my family are not, like the fucking Christian Bible Belt type conservatives. My more immediate family they actually seem more apolitical, but they vote conservative because the rest of their family does it or whatever. They just don't seem bothered with informing themselves on politics, which is a major criticism that I have. But if I was to go and like present like liberal talking points to my parents, which I do, I rarely get actual pushback. But this is insane, okay? This is like actually fucking crazy. This podcast host was talking to his like parents, and I honestly don't know if this is. Let's just watch this, okay? To be clear, I'm not doing this thing that the righties do where you take individuals and then make a wider descriptive claim about an entire group. I don't think most of them would overtly admit or be as honest as parents are being, but I think you could actively reason I think you could reason your average Trump supporter into being okay with like just committing murder. I mean, it's already happening right now with Hegseth, right? But you could obviously reason your average Trump supporter into being okay with murder. Let's watch this.
Country. If he would go on the TV and spout that shit off, he would be executed.
That's not true.
That's not true at all.
They're talking about the Democrats, the Democrat politicians' video where they're telling the military that you have an obligation and a right to defy illegal orders, which is true. That's just a true statement. They don't specify what orders. They don't. And if you haven't issued illegal orders, then you have nothing to fucking worry about. But Trump actively called for these politicians' death over that.
He's a traitor.
Should members of military follow unlawful orders?
Yes.
What?
They should follow any order that the president gives.
That's
and the
correct.
government gives.
That's wrong.
Even if it breaks laws?
It will endanger other people if you don't follow orders.
What if President Trump...
People say it's like wrong to make comparisons to the Nazis or whatever. But this mindset is what allows like just complete blind trust of authority. Complete blind, and it's, they don't feel this way about everyone, because conservatives, when it comes to like Democrats being, they're the most authority skeptical people out there, right? They don't trust the Fed. They like fucking Waco is base, that kind of shit. Or sorry, not Waco is base. Like they think the Branch Davidians were based or some shit at Waco. And it's like when it comes to all like need for governmental transparency or being skeptical of the government is out the window when the government is being led by Trump.
orders a squad of army guys to walk down the street killing anyone they see. They should do it.
Yes.
Mom,
Yes.
What?
I don't even understand. Like, how can you come to that conclusion?
It sounds to me like you lefties are now beginning to fear the fact that the military is going to get involved and your asses are grass.
What does that mean? By the way, look into the Milgram experiment. It's obviously like very famous. There's criticisms of it. But other studies have been performed that show like similar trends. Where people are like willing to do like insane shit. If it's coming from a person, if it's an order issued by somebody who's perceived to have authority. You can look into that study. And this like blind acceptance of authority, or the order must be legit because it's coming from an authority we like, is very fucking dangerous. But this is just like, what do you mean by that as
What?
well?
I don't even understand. Like, how can you come to that conclusion?
It sounds to me like you lefties are now beginning to fear the fact that the military is going to get involved and your asses are grass.
No, it's because you're in a cult.
True. These people literally are willing to violate and go against their own preconceived principles to to align with one man. It's like the opinions and supporting the existence of this man becomes more important than actually like abiding by a set of like principles or rules. With the Epstein shit, you could see how quickly they rushed in to justify the Epstein shit, right? These people who were previously hugely skeptical of authority and believe in elite pedophiles are now okay with an elite. If it's Trump, they're okay, or try to actively sweep under the rug like grounds for suspicion when it comes to Trump. It is a cult in how it operates. It is absolutely a cult. In regards to the them or us dynamic, the how centered it is around one person and a personality rather than a set of beliefs, and the absolute loyalty to this man, regardless of who gets hurt. It is just it is a political cult.
If Donald Trump says, I want you to carpet bomb Oklahoma City, kill everyone, you think the Air Force should carry that out?
Yes.
There might be a reason. We don't know.
This is insane.
You cannot be this stupid. Jesus.
This is literally exactly when Trump was taking people who were not tried. Let me be clear. Never got a trial. And deporting them, deportation is the wrong word. It was not, deportation implies you're sending someone back to the country they came from. Trump sent people from other countries to El Salvador to be imprisoned in Bukele's terrorism confinement center, which is a prison that incarcerates tens of thousands with conditions that do not abide by the standards set by any authoritative human rights group. Trump sent these people, it was about 200 to 300 of them, to El Salvador without trial because his administration accused them of being gang members and terrorists. Now, how would we know this? We don't, right? It took the media had to pull teeth to get any like degree of procedural like transparency as to how the Trump administration determined or deemed these people to be terrorists or drug traffickers. The every righty that I argued with about this, which is like in private, it was 3 of them. In public, it was 2 of them. I had debates on this. Were literally said they would beg the question. So the argument is, it's okay to deport like rapist terrorists or whatever to these foreign prisons, and it's like, okay, well if the Trump administration is not showing us any evidence and these people didn't get a trial, how the fuck are we supposed to ascertain that these people are rapists or terrorists? And like that they wouldn't. Oh, so you're against deporting people who are rapists and terrorists? I mean, they killed people, they raped people. It's like, no, that's what we're questioning right now. That's what I'm trying to refute. This is what Nux Taku did. When Nux Taku was covering that situation, he literally was watching arguments during a press conference that were asking, how did you figure this out? And Nux Taku's like, yeah, the reporters and the lefty lunatics, I guess they're just against deporting rapists. No, that's what we're questioning. They believe because the Trump administration with no transparency gave this label to these people, and then the consequences that would come as a result of that, it must be true. There must always be a reason. Because if Trump's doing it, it can never be bad. It can never be bad. There must always be some underlying fucking reason that would justify this whole thing. That is really, for me, what set in. I've always known it was a cult, but for me, that was like my wow moment where not only is it a cult, I genuinely, legitimately believe that these people could be brought to a point where they were willing to kill their fellow Americans. Like, honestly, it's like a terrifying concept.
Christ.
Oh my. This podcast was going well until that.
You just said it's cool. We levels Oklahoma. You're like, yeah.
Oh, and they always do this appeal to decency, by the way. It's like, if you like insult, they're like, wow, you're insulting me just because of my opinions. The tolerant left, everybody. When has the left ever claimed to be tolerant of fucking shitty opinions? Okay? It's like, look at the tolerant left back at it again. It's like, why are you like appealing to political and argumentative decency when you're a fucking Trump supporter? You people insult people for immutable characteristics all the time. You insult people for, you make prescriptions about what ought to happen to people, including killing them for their opinions, which just happened with Mark Kelly all the fucking time. You people actively advocate for political indecency. You pretend like violence is where you draw the line, but now they're justifying fucking Hegseth killing two people who were not a threat. Even if we were to believe all of their own arguments that these were drug traffickers, etc., these two people clinging to life after the first missile strike were obviously no longer a threat. That's just murder. So do not let these people do this thing where they fucking appeal to decency. It was going well until you used a swear word. It was going well until, look at who you fucking support, you delusional maniac.
Okay, there must be a reason. Like, you literally can't be that dumb.
You know what the problem is? Mom and I don't believe he'll ever blow up Oklahoma because we're on his side and so's the whole state.
That's a horrible... So you believe it's okay to do that to a state where they're not on his side?
No, it's because you're in a cult.
You guys are worried and afraid because you live in a state where it might happen.
Okay, let's theoretically say that does happen. Let's say Trump sends in the Marines to Los Angeles, California, and let's say I'm out going to see a movie on a week.
Aiden, your boy Ben Shapiro fully embraced MAGA ideology. Although his group seemed immune to MAGA racists, now MAGA has revealed its true nature. Jews are on the menu. Okay, first of all, Jews overwhelmingly vote Democrat. Ben Shapiro is not like an adequate reflection of that. Like, Jews overwhelmingly vote Democrat. But Ben Shapiro is not my boy, okay? It's like, that's like me claim, I don't know, if you're like an English American, German American, that if you're German American, it's like, your boy Jeffrey Dahmer just got arrested for eating people. Or so obviously not my boy. I don't make claim to anybody that shares an ethnicity with me. Because I don't put that much value in ethnic identity. $2 from Goat Cato. It's always the Hicks. True. Oh, I was telling someone about, I think it was you, Goat. I was telling someone about, dude, I met, like, when I was in Utah, I met some of the most, like, unbelievably insane right-wing religious, like, freaks you would ever imagine. I met one woman, this was the same woman who believed, by the way, that Hillary Clinton wanted to implement Sharia law, but she also believed that she had 12 kids. I've told the story. She had 12 kids, and she believed she would I said, do you want any more? And she said, well, that's not my choice. That's God's. And that they didn't believe in protection or contraception because God would stop getting her pregnant when he believed she had enough kids. We're dealing with, holy fuck.
And he says,
And
go
you
into
better
that
get the
shopping
fuck
mall.
under a truck.
Quiet piggy. He says, go into that shopping mall and kill everyone you see. And let's say I get gunned down by the Marines for just being at a mall.
Okay, number one,
All for
let's just take
Okay,
it
Dad,
one step
wait a minute.
further.
Mom, wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. Dad,
wait,
just
wait.
hang on, Mom. Dad, you just said you are for Donald Trump murdering me for no reason, and you would support that.
If he walks into a mall to people with military,
There has to be a reason.
there's a reason, and I'm all for it. And the people in Los
Trump can never be wrong in their eyes, because if Trump does something wrong, there must always be some reason we don't know about that justifies it, right?
Angeles, California, are as deserving of execution as the assholes in New York City. You're all communists.
These are the types where, and it's like, oh, you're like, you could say I'm doing the thing that they do, or these are just a minority. Most conservatives, and let me just distinguish, by the way, I can sit at the table with a conservative. I cannot sit at the table with someone who is right now voting conservative, right? At this, well, that's not true, actually. That's not true at all. That's not what I mean. I can't sit at the table. Honestly, I'm very contradictory in that sense. But I can't sit at the table with somebody who believes I should die. I can't sit at the table with somebody who can justify themselves into believing that I should fucking die, right? And ultimately, even though most conservatives won't put it as bluntly as they are, you can absolutely, if you listen to their arguments with the shit about the deportations to El Salvador, if you listen to their arguments in regards to Hegseth, this is actually the rationale of majority of the devout Trump supporters. This is like how they think. And this is, honestly, you could reason them into justifying Trump doing the hypothetical that this person just described. We are fucked. Absolutely fucked. It's also like, out of anyone you could pick to like idealize this much, why would you pick such an unimpressive person like Trump? You know what I mean? Somebody the other day was making this argument that Trump's actually a pawn of everyone else's. And it's like, no, okay? I think you're underestimating how dangerous this person is when you just, it's very easy to call him stupid. In terms of like the knowledge that he has, argumentation, etc., he is stupid. In terms of manipulation, I actually think Trump is quite smart. I think he is a smart manipulator. He understands manipulation. But besides that facet, this is an otherwise like relatively unimpressive person. He dodged the draft. He had some business victories. Okay, I'm not gonna say, oh, he was a complete failure, but he was by no means was he anything exceptional. And he was a nepo baby, etc., etc. I just don't understand what these people see that's like so impressive about this guy. A lot of it is Q, right? They've created fan fiction. I've actually been doing some research as to why QAnon believes some of the things that like I would see crazy claims pop up on X. Like, you can hear the chains rattling in this Hillary Clinton clip. She's clearly secretly being arrested. And it's like, why do they think, what are these people? They believe right now, Q believes that the good are winning against the satanic evil pedophiles and have been, and they're secretly arresting and like charging and executing people that are considered satanic pedophiles, but they can't be blunt about it yet, so they're replacing them with body doubles. So that's when they say trust the plan and stuff. They believe Biden was secretly executed and replaced with a body double, etc. And even though the more extreme beliefs of Q might not necessarily have been adopted by your mainstream Trump supporter, some of the underlying stuff has been in regards to like the elite pedophiles. Every elite liberal is a pedophile. This like major like conspiracy that Trump is fighting a holy war. Trump is on the side of God, and Trump is fighting Satan himself. That amongst these more religious conservatives, that does seem to be the underlying belief. And as much as I the sad reality is you will never be at, like, it is going to be virtually impossible to reason these people out of this position. They've sacrificed so much for it. They've lost friends and family, rightfully so. They've devoted time, loyalty, etc., to the support and upholding Trump and his arguments. That their brain will do everything in its power to prevent them from figuring out and realizing that they've been lied to. They've been indoctrinated into a cult and they've been lied to. So the brain will immediately look for justification that will make all their efforts feel like it's gone towards something. Because it's far easier to get tricked into a position than to admit that you've been tricked into one. If it's something, the more time, effort, etc., you've devoted into it. I don't know how we're really gonna fix this. I honestly don't. I don't know what's gonna happen with the power vacuum left behind after Trump. Yeah. No God that I would ever believe to be the ultimate source of morality would literally ever be on the side of someone like Trump. Even the Christian God, he exhibits, like, Trump is a narcissist. It's very obvious, right? He exhibits, he's grandiose, right? He exhibits greed, lust, okay? Like, Trump was fucking everyone. When he was, like, hosting The Apprentice and going to these pageants and shit, he talked about it with Billy Bush. Wrath's a big one. Trump hates his enemies, and believes in, like, retribution against them. Oh, sorry, I missed a donut. One sec. Yo, thank you so much, Bobby B. Trump wills it. Piggy Boomer. True. I don't know. The subject of cults has always just fascinated me, and I see it now. Obviously, you don't need to really be interested in cults to understand this is a very cult-like dynamic. At the very least, it's a complete cult of personality. Are you arguing that Trump is the Antichrist? No. No. I don't really believe in that, right? But I am arguing that if I was to believe in that, if I was a devout Christian right now, I could reason myself into Trump being the Antichrist. Yes. Yes. I mean, I've watched this guy mislead decent people into these bitter, distrusting maniacs that would probably, under the right circumstances, be completely okay with a major political purge in the country and mass execution. That is what is retarded? I'm telling you, I'm not a Christian. I don't believe the Antichrist exists. If I was a Christian, I would believe he is the Antichrist, right? Or how fucking close to it with the amount of people he's misled from, like, basic moral virtue. Isn't the Antichrist supposed to come to you as he's gonna appear as a savior, or come to you as a false prophet or something? These people view Trump as a savior. Oh my, Kathy, it's... Okay, Kathy, I'll watch your inbox clip. Please never go and start typing in chat for me to go look in the inbox, and the link in the inbox, the reply, and the link in the reply to go see some fucking meme you're personally interested in. Okay, I'll watch that. I'll watch it once. It's so fucking annoying.
135,000 Palestinians have died. I only care about 3 things. 1. Do you know what happened 7th of October?
Okay. Good one.
2. Do you condemn Hamas? And 3. Do you love Israel?
True. Okay. All right. I felt that. That is very. Her accent is on point. Her accent is completely on point. Do you condemn 7th of October? Aiden, you gain morals from reason and ethics by virtue, lil bro. I'm not a fucking. I'm not a Christian. I'm not arguing that I am a Christian. I hate the Israeli. Well, the Israeli accent is this like. They do have like a very like. It sounds more European than it sounds anything like Arabic or even other like Semitic languages that one of which is European. Maltese is a Semitic language, but that's because Hebrew is like an interesting language in the sense of it went extinct and it was revived by European Zionist thinkers. So I'm pretty sure like the accent is very heavily like formed by European accents. This is obviously not how original Hebrew was spoken. All right. Well, so apparently this Caleb Hammer guy is very controversial. I'll check this out. Hold on. Apparently there was this old drama involving Caleb Hammer that I just like never looked into. So I might need to get some I might need to look into that real quick. What is who did the Caleb Hammer video? Something Schaefer? Forget his fucking Scott Schaefer. I looked up Elijah Schaefer. Scott Schaefer. Got it. All right. Oh, copying the Gamma thumbnail style? Gamma owns that thumbnail style, by the way. So what was you linked the first video. Got it. All right, let me check that out real quick. By the way, if you guys want to support the stream as always, we're nearly halfway to Streamly Donut goal. No, Kathy, you linked a Papa Gut video. I'm trying to find the fucking original Caleb Hammer video that this guy made. Was there a first video, or is it all covered in this new video? Okay, so I don't need any context?
About a year and a half ago, I made a video about the disgusting and inappropriate behavior of YouTuber
Okay, okay, I'll watch the first video.
Caleb Hammer might sue me for this video, and that isn't clickbait at all. He's already
I understand there is a most recent one, but I want context.
threatened legal action against me multiple times before I
Is the video supposed to be this dark, or am I glitching?
this video simply for looking into a story he doesn't want covered and not immediately accepting his point of view.
What is this lighting?
Now, to me, that seems very suspicious and almost like Caleb didn't want me to find something. And spoiler alert, yes, I found some very interesting pieces of information we'll be discussing later in the video. Now, a few weeks ago, I was presented with some information that Caleb Hammer, a finance YouTuber with 1 million subscribers, had allegedly acted inappropriately with a guest on his show. I reached out to Caleb by email to get his side of the story, as these allegations were pretty severe, and I had no interest in
You
making
need to refresh the page? Oh.
Caleb Hammer might sue me for this.
No, I did. It is literally this dark. It is this fucking unless, wait. Is my monitor dark? No, the brightness is normal. Okay.
This video, and that isn't clickbait at all. He's already threatened legal action against me multiple times before I even released this video, simply for looking into a story he doesn't want covered and not immediately accepting his point of view. Now, to me, that seems very suspicious and almost like Caleb didn't want me to find something. And spoiler alert, yes, I found some very interesting pieces of information we'll be discussing later in the video. Now, a few weeks ago, I was presented with some information that Caleb Hammer, a finance YouTuber with 1 million subscribers, had allegedly acted inappropriately with a guest on his show. I reached out to Caleb by email to get his side of the story, as these allegations were pretty severe, and I had no interest in making a video without getting everyone's side of the story. Caleb initially was very friendly over email and denied all the claims against him, and even told me to have a great day.
Sorry, I've not seen your other messages, but someone else did ask me, and I'll send that same message. I've been dealing with what is this former guest, Zeke, has said for almost a year now. He was on my show 3 times in a pilot episode for a show called Dating Money, and after begging to be on for the 4th time for months, I said he needed to make actually progress before he came on again. He said it was his career too, and eventually blew up. He started posting random allegations online in different places, many of which didn't catch attention or knowledge at the time. Over the course of a month, the allegations kept changing until he got something that was picked up by other people online. The first time he came on my show, we talked about his OnlyFans. He told me after the episode recording that he wanted to build his Twitch and OnlyFans like many other Austin creators. He asked for any collabs and connections. That's where I tried to offer a collab there. It was uncomfortable for me to talk about, and I left a voice note in my candid over-the-top typical communication style. That's how I always am on my show and in the vlog, so I'm confused why people think it's some gotcha that I felt awkward and danced around the subject. But his post is very out of context, so I do get it, and you can see one of the screenshots. He continued to ask for help with his OnlyFans down the road. It looks like as of today, he deleted the majority of his videos about me on YouTube, Instagram, and his OnlyFans from his Linktree. Not surprised he was trying to clean up his messaging. He doxed me at 2 points, put my life in danger, and threatened to kill me for not allowing to have him on my show. He also bragged about his claims being for the drama in a now deleted video. Watch his 3 episodes with me. That is his genuine personality. He bragged about lying and many other things that are bad. How anyone's taking this seriously at this point, I have no idea. But again, I know it comes with the territory of my job. This is some solid red meat for a channel who just hit 1 million subs. I was quite close to most every guest in the first 30 or 40 episodes before I got any nobility or too much attention. I legitimately wanted them to do well and tried to create connections with the limited connections I had here in Austin at the time. In hindsight, even if you requested, connecting a guest with an OnlyFans creator was certainly not the best idea. If I could go back, I would change that. It came from a genuine place, but I do understand how it could be misconstrued. I hope this all makes sense. We've also addressed this on Reddit many months ago. Hope you have a great day.
Hey, what a nice young man. Unfortunately, that attitude quickly changed when I didn't immediately accept what he had to say as fact. He told me he wasn't interested in doing a Zoom call because he wasn't interested in participating in the internet drama industry, which I found to be quite funny since, in my opinion, his channel is entirely based on drama around other people's finances. He then made his first of many legal threats, stating that
it's a different genre. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it's the same as like popular figure, because the thing is the possibility for bandwagoning, false claims to come forward, etc., occur in the discussion, speculation of drama relating to notable people. That's seemingly different. Caleb's channel seems to cover or deal with people who volunteer who are not as well known and the subject of public speculation and interest. I think it's obviously like 2 different things. So I can understand why someone would want to do one and not the other, but I obviously think here Caleb Hammer is just like being a pussy.
in preparation for your video, we will be ready for legal repercussions for defamatory statements with very clear evidence proving our case. Now keep in mind that this was after I had sent him only 2 emails and was just trying to get the details around the initial case of inappropriate behavior I was first aware of. Threatening legal action so quickly—
That's weird if you don't even know what he's going to say in his video yet. That is very strange.
In the initial fact-gathering stage, without any video being made yet, really set off my alarms that something odd was going on here. Why was Caleb so defensive about me looking into this case further? If the initial person who came forward was so obviously a liar, why quickly jump to legal threats against some—
Just to be clear, people can overreact and be super anxious about false claims against them. That doesn't necessarily mean that people react very differently in response to false claims and claims that might be utilized against them, and that doesn't necessarily mean they're emotional or volatile or disproportionate reaction, that doesn't mean it's necessarily indicative of guilt.
Someone who was trying to tell a story that would present all sides equally. Caleb claimed that his lawyer had gathered all videos and texts that clearly show his first accuser, Zeke, is lying and made the statement that they had prepared to release these. I asked in the follow-up email if I could see any of the evidence they'd gathered, including videos Zeke supposedly deleted, and even told Caleb directly that if he can prove to me Zeke is lying, I wouldn't make any video on this topic and would move on. Caleb responded upset for some reason that I asked for the evidence that 2 emails before he had said he was prepared to release. I don't understand why Caleb would get mad at me for asking to see the evidence he already stated he gathered and was prepared to release. To me, that seemed like a fairly basic request, and as I stated to Caleb before, if the evidence was as strong as he suggested, I would have never made a video covering any of this. Following all this, Caleb decided to publicly post to his community tab and Twitter a long post claiming I was just a drama YouTuber and questioning my integrity. He then happily responded to one post on Twitter saying, "I'm excited. I've never sued anyone before. This will be fun." Lawsuits are never fun, Caleb. It doesn't matter if you win or lose, you'll be devoting countless hours to fighting the case, and eventually the discovery process will take place where lawyers dig through every—
It's clearly a scare tactic. And Caleb looks like a pussy for doing it, and he's obviously acting way like super overconfident, because if you don't even know what the video is going to be about yet, and if your entire gripe is genuinely just bringing attention to false allegations, and that's what's causing worry in regards to this video, then why you would not be willing to share exonerating evidence with the creator that you don't want covering this, who's literally agreed he's not going to make the video if you can prove it's false, is like beyond me. I don't know why. If Caleb Hammer actually had evidence that was as exonerating as he claims it to be, he would obviously be sharing it with this person, because he's obviously worried or threatened about the release of this video. This is obviously evidence he doesn't have. Now, with many allegations, there's not necessarily going to be exonerating evidence. Just like how I say, with many sexual assault or rape allegations, there's not going to be a smoking gun for the accuser to use, right? They obviously most of the time didn't record their own rape. But the same goes in regards to people attempting to prove their innocence.
document they can get their hands on and uncover every and any secret currently hidden. I've also spoken to lawyers about this case, and you clearly would be classified as a public figure. If you sued me for defamation, you would have to prove actual malice, that I knew information presented in the video was false and posted it anyway. Seeing as how I've given you multiple attempts to talk to me about the issue discussed in the video, as well as do everything in my power to verify it's accurate, I think that would be a very hard case for you to win. In my opinion, any lawsuit you file would just be a sad attempt to try and get revenge for not portraying you in the positive light you want everyone to see you in. Your sudden legal threats for simply asking questions will also portray you in a negative light if you do end up suing me, and any lawsuit you file will simply be a waste of time. But that's just my opinion, and Caleb can do whatever he feels needs to be done going forward. Now that we've got past all of Caleb's legal threats, let's get into the actual allegations against Caleb. First, we'll be talking about the original accuser of Caleb named Zeke, and then we'll talk about the further alleged text of Caleb I was given after.
Is Caleb Hammer gay? Like, I don't know. Like, somebody said to me in Icy that he claims he's 90% straight, but it seems like every drama that's pertained to... It seems like every... I don't know. Okay, I guess were the allegations made by Zeke sexual in nature? It seems like Caleb is gay. I don't know. Maybe he's bisexual. I don't know, but it seems like he's like trying to downplay his gayness.
Many people don't know is that many of the early guests on Caleb Hammer's show were actually paid actors hired off of a website known as Backstage to appear on the show. Zeke was one of the actors that claims to have found out about Caleb's show from the site, and from the listing Zeke showed me, the offer was quite generous, with an initial small $25 appearance fee.
Wait, so if Zeke was a fucking actor, then this whole like claim that Caleb's making of he wasn't showing like any effort to improve financially, and I genuinely care about their well-being, if they're an actor, then why? Then that's just a lie, is it not?
And then a 25% commission on all revenue generated from the episode for 12 months. Anticipated commission was believed to range from $2,500 to $8,000, depending on video performance. Zeke, only 19 at the time, jumped at the chance to make to him what seemed like a large sum of money. Many people have seen Zeke's episode, have called him an insufferable brat, and way worse things, but don't seem to understand that the attitude portrayed by Zeke isn't true to his normal personality from what I've seen talking to him, and was designed to get as many views as possible to increase his chance of making more money and getting more...
Yeah, I think Caleb is like lying with how much he genuinely cares. There's obviously, and there's nothing wrong with making content, if it's your job, for making content meant to acquire not inherently, but there are various things you can do as a result of that are wrong. But there's nothing wrong with wanting to make content that gets viewership and get money as a result of that. but it seems like Caleb's just like being dishonest about how genuine his content was when he's saying how Zeke is on the show. Is it genuinely his personality? That's really how he is.
Screen time. This tactic ended up working, and Zeke appeared 2 more times on the Caleb Hammer show, racking up a total of over 1 million views across the 3 episodes he appeared. Those view totals should have netted him a large sum of money if the commission payments seen in the job offer were paid. However, Zeke's claimed to have only received a couple $100s in total for his time on the show. Caleb no longer offers commission payouts on his newer postings for actors on his show, and since he won't talk to me and threatened to sue me, I can't give his side of the story if the commission offer to Zeke was real or if those payments were ever made, so for now, Caleb's side of the story on that will have to remain a mystery. There is an old posting I have linked below that shows that commission offer, but I've never heard of any of the actors who appeared on the show receiving that amount. If you were one of the actors who did get those payments, I would love to hear from you, and my email is linked below. While the issue of the alleged missing payments is important, the bigger issue came up in July of 2022 after Zeke's first appearance on the show, when Caleb ended up leaving a very disturbing audio message on Zeke's phone.
Is Aiden an actor? In another life, I would have been mad. I got the acting lesson. In another life, I would have found my big break and made it to Hollywood. I just spilled. Dude, I'm not beating the coffee pants allegations.
Phone.
Can tell you're a cool dude, and I want to, like, if there's anything, any connections that I have, which I've built a lot of connections in Austin, anything that I'm able to kind of link you to, you know, I definitely want to be helpful. The main reason I haven't wanted to have this conversation via text is, sorry, I had to burp. One, I'm not used to OnlyFans.
That was a hiccup, not a burp.
Straight up, it's not really my scene. You know, I'm a personal finance dude. I don't really know anything about that. Two, I'm straight. I'm like 90%.
That is such. I just saw messages from him today where he's like fucking simping over some twink who is apparently actually 16 or 17. I don't.
Straight. I've definitely fooled around because I'm open-minded. And you know, when you get drunk, whatever. But you know, so and this is like a, you know, a man-on-man thing.
I guess you can be like just listen. I've said before. Just because somebody has done sexual shit with a man, that doesn't necessarily mean they're gay or bisexual. It just means they're willing to entertain that possibility. And if they don't like it, right, it's not for them. And they exclusively like women after that. Like, that doesn't necessarily make them gay. Like, you can be bi-curious and maybe think that you're gay and not be. But I don't believe this guy's straight. I'm sorry. I don't think it was just bi-curiousness. I think he probably does have some sort of attraction to men.
But essentially, I think, well, from the conversation I had with him, the pay will be dependent on what you're willing to do, and what you're willing to do is set by you. So what he would like to do, you guys make out. He would like to do that. What he would like you guys to do, him feel you up. He would like to do that. You can say no about any of these. He would like to play with your dick. And see, that's why I didn't want to type this out either, because that's like weird for me to say. I don't, you know, it's not like we're friends or anything, but that's what he wants to do. He wants to give you a blowjob. I was also told and confirmed with him that your face would be hidden, blurred out and hidden. Your identity would be hidden. And then if you wanted to give a blowjob, you could. Again, you would make more from that. And, you know, he would eat your butt. And you would make more for that.
I'm sorry, is Caleb, I think I have a misunderstanding. Is he offering him this because he's like, he helps people with finances? So it's like, this would be a financial opportunity for the guy? Why is Caleb the one that's like mediating, hiring this guy for a fucking porno?
You can say no as well. You know, you could top him, he could top you, whatever you're willing to do comes with more money, but you could literally do nothing. You could literally just lay back.
And I was uncomfortable asking because like I'm straight and everything, and like it's just purely business, and like yeah, and you could like top him, he could top you. I'd be like sat there in the corner watching, licking my lips, but that's just because my lips are dry, of course, and I have no interest in any of this.
And let him just touch you for the video, and I guess for some reason his subscribers love that, and you'd get paid for it. So really, that's what it is. And you know, there's things that I think I don't feel comfortable talking about in this kind of situation, and I'd be happier to.
I think his content probably, he has made like attempts to appeal to like the whatever podcast types that like women are stupid types. Like I think that like audience might be turned off by viewing Caleb as a gay man, right?
Talk over in person. Maybe I'm just that kind of person.
I'm watching this to get context to some of the newer stuff.
Let me know what you think.
When that audio message was first leaked, a lot of people claimed it was fake, and in 2024, with advancement in AI voice cloning technology, I understand why some people believed that. However, despite that, Caleb has confirmed on his Reddit, as well as in emails to me, that the voicemail you heard is 100% him, and he makes no claim to it being altered in any way.
What am I projecting? What am I projecting? Okay, it's obvious. Okay, it's very obvious what I am. I can't fucking hide it. There's no projection. Okay, I, unlike Caleb, accept what I am. Okay, I accept what I am.
is disputed about that voice message is why it was left, with Caleb and Zeke having very different stories. Zeke talked about doing OnlyFans modeling on his first appearance on the show and wanted help to grow on Twitch and OnlyFans from Caleb. Caleb's version of events was that he was simply trying to help Zeke out by connecting him with another guy to hook up with and make money from adult content on OnlyFans. After talking to Zeke, he made it clear to me that he only ever wanted to fuck bitches and get money. Talking to him further, I asked him why Caleb seemed so interested in trying to hook him up with a guy on OnlyFans.
I'm not gay, to be clear. I'm not gay. I'm more accurate. I never want to use a more accurate descriptor. Like I'm bi. Like that would probably be the accurate way to fucking put it.
And asked Zeke if he led Caleb on into thinking he was interested in doing adult content with other men, which he quickly denied. Zeke said that the reason Caleb kept pushing the gay OnlyFans content when Zeke only wanted to work with women was because Zeke believed this was an attempt by Caleb to hook up with him instead. Interestingly enough, the only piece of evidence Caleb sent me to support his claim actually supports Zeke's claim that he never wanted to do hardcore content or ever brings up doing content with
Fuck your flag, Gamma. Fuck your flags. Fuck your labels. So gay, dude. It's so gay.
men, saying he was only
I'm open-minded. I'm open-minded.
interested in softcore, lewds, and solo work. I'm not sure why Caleb sent this as evidence to support his claim, as it makes it clear Zeke wasn't interested in the hardcore content Caleb went into detail about in the voicemail, so I'm really confused as to why Caleb sent me this. Whoever's version of events you choose to believe, I think it's safe to say that the audio message Caleb left was creepy and inappropriate. Caleb runs a finance YouTube channel, and many people call him the millennial Dave Ramsey. If Dave ever had someone call into the show and then ask them if they wanted to give a BJ on OnlyFans to help pay down some of their credit card debt, I'm pretty
Look, I just need to say, I know some of this news is going to hit some of you very hard. I know I'm like the pinnacle of straightness. And I think that, I want to apologize. I know this is news and a big shocking revelation. So, yeah. I'm sorry. Homoflexible. True.
sure why Caleb sent this as evidence to support his claim, as it makes it clear Zeke wasn't interested in the hardcore content Caleb went into detail about in the voicemail, so I'm really confused as to why Caleb sent me this. Whoever's version of events you choose to believe, I think it's safe to say that the audio message
Listen, I don't think anyone's really gay, because some bitches are so fine, it is impossible. It is impossible to be gay. I don't believe it, man.
Caleb left was creepy and inappropriate. Caleb runs a finance YouTube channel, and many people call him the millennial Dave Ramsey. If Dave ever had someone call into the show and then ask them if they wanted to give a BJ on OnlyFans to help pay down some of their credit card debt, I'm pretty sure he would lose a large chunk of his audience for saying something like that. Caleb claims
True.
he was just trying to help Zeke out, and if that was the case, there was clearly a better option to do that. Option 1 would have been to not talk about OnlyFans at all, since mixing finance content
Aiden, I thought Aiden mentioned being married in a previous I joked about, I'm obviously too young to be fucking married.
and sex work is probably not the best idea. Option 2 would have been to leave a simple message for Zeke, telling him he had an OnlyFans friend who might want to work with him, and then simply give Zeke's contact info to the friend so the two of them could work something out. Option 3, the nuclear choice that Caleb picked, comes across incredibly creepy, unprofessional, and in my opinion, gives some belief to some of Zeke's claims because of how detailed the voice message was, along with Caleb's self-reveal that he is only 90% straight, and his follow-up text of telling Zeke he would need to vet him in person before connecting him with his OnlyFans friend. This
What the fuck does that mean? Vet you in person? Okay, that's weird as fuck. What does that mean?
It doesn't make any sense to me since Caleb and Zeke had already shot an episode of Financial Audit together, so I don't understand what sort of vetting process Caleb had in mind. This wasn't Caleb's first attempt at offering OnlyFans to people who appeared on his show. On Caleb's subreddit, early on in his YouTube career, he made a post explaining he had offered OnlyFans work unsolicited to several of the actors who appeared on his show and wanted to ask his audience if they felt this was appropriate. After his audience overwhelmingly made it clear they felt this was not appropriate and questioned why he was doing this, Caleb quickly deleted the post. Unfortunately, Zeke's claims against Caleb don't end there, as Zeke has also made the claim that Caleb inappropriately touched him after the filming of their second episode together. Yeah, you're claiming he actually touched you inappropriately as well?
Yeah, he did. He locked me in his house after the second filming. When his friend who helps him film, he left. I was locked in his house, and he sat me down on his couch in the living room, and he was trying, like, the reason why I was on those shows so many times is because I was looking for opportunity, and he kept promising opportunity aside from the OnlyFans stuff. But he was really trying to lure me in with that. He was breadcrumbing me. And so the second time we filmed, I was on the couch, and he would not let me leave. He would not pay me what I was owed for that filming, and essentially,
I think for transparency's sake, and so any conflict of interest are disclosed, I think Caleb Hammer needs to make his OnlyFans account public so we could see whose OnlyFans he's subscribed to, and if any of those OnlyFans accounts that he subscribed to contain people from his show that he pushed towards doing OnlyFans.
He didn't give me the money until he groped me, and I need that money to go home because he knew all my personal finances. He knew how much money I had. I had no money when I showed up. I had zero money because I had spent it on gas to get to Austin. He knew that.
Okay, how much did he claim he was going to be giving you?
Thousands.
And how
The
much did you
original contract was thousands of dollars, and he only paid me less than $200 for filming.
While Caleb has never denied the voicemail is real, he has always claimed that the other accusations Zeke has made against him are completely false. Caleb has claimed that Zeke threatened his life and doxed him, and this is just a disgruntled former actor on the show, unhappy that he didn't want to bring Zeke back for more episodes. When I asked Zeke about that, I was actually shocked that he openly admitted to me that he had threatened Caleb's life. You're not lying? You didn't threaten to kill him?
Of course I did.
Okay, Coulter, that is a disgusting question.
He molested me.
Okay. So, but you were confirming that you said that?
Him calling me a liar is him lying, but I mean, of course I threatened to kill him, but it wasn't really like I'm gonna do it. It was more like, be scared.
Now, I have to say that Zeke's behavior of threatening Caleb's life, doxing him, and his somewhat unhinged ramblings on social media have made a lot of people question his motives and unwilling to trust his story about the things he claims Caleb did to him. If he had never acted in that way, I think a lot more people would be willing to give the benefit of the doubt to him. Now, in my own personal opinion, I've actually been in a relationship with a woman who had been assaulted in the past, and the anger and violent outburst were something that I experienced firsthand. So while other people may quickly write Zeke off as a schizo liar, I don't think it's fair to immediately claim everything he says is fake just because he's acted inappropriately on how he handled this.
We can talk about it if you want. I'm just saying, it's very clear to me that this Zeke guy is full of shit, based on all the stuff that we're seeing here.
Oh, Papa Gut? Papa Gut? Dude, this guy, the guy who always has the best takes on literally everything coming in. I'm sure he has the well-rounded take.
That's all I have to say, dude.
Zeke's story has been talked about by a few channels now, and if it were just Zeke's claims about Caleb, I probably wouldn't cover this story, since Zeke's claims have already been told several times before, and unfortunately for him, his past actions make him look untrustworthy in the eyes of many who see him. I ended up talking to a few friends and several other YouTube creators as well, and one thing that was brought up was that if there was any truth to Zeke's story, Caleb has probably acted inappropriately in the past as well. Someone who would so brazenly do what Zeke claims he did would have other skeletons in his closet. It didn't take long for another source to come forward, and I was contacted on Twitter by a former friend of Caleb who had known him for years. He went into detail about their history, and while I have to keep most of his initial message private so as not to dox him, his final paragraph paints Caleb in a very bad light. I share all of this with you to say that everything I know about Caleb, based on years of experience at communication with him, tells me that any of these allegations made against him are true. He believes wholeheartedly in his superiority to other people, which is why I believe he enjoys telling people about how wrong they are and need to do everything different with their finances. I think he gets off on feeling smarter and better than other people, and because of his frequent and unwanted...
Okay, I'm sure, like, everyone believes this about people that they have prior... I feel like we would need to know who said this to, like, view their, like, claim as, like, trustworthy or credible, to know if they have any outside grievances, because I could find a ton of people that are willing to say some shit like this about other people where it's not necessarily accurate. I would need something a bit more, like, concrete to substantiate that, right? Like, I could make this argument about somebody... Okay, not the same argument, because I don't think fucking Lyle Convoy believes that he's superior. Like, I think the reason he does what he does is because he understands he's inferior to most people. And this is a way of, like, essentially lying to himself when he goes and, like, confronts someone that's mentally disabled, so he could feel, like, some sense of superiority that he doesn't get from his real life. I could make that argument because that's the most likely, like, if we were to assess all of his motives for why he does a given thing based on his statements, that would be honestly the most likely option. Here, there's other more reasonable motives like financial incentive, etc., as to why Caleb does what he does, where we would either need somebody who's like, where this person's credibility would be highly important and relevant to us accepting this, you know, or seriously considering this statement, or this person would be citing specific reasons as to why he or she believes this.
Sexual comments, I am not surprised in the least that someone has reported that he has made unwanted advances and/or similar. He's a narcissist through and through, and he thinks his supposed intellectual and moral superiority make him immune to consequences or mistakes. This source wants to remain anonymous due to the constant death threat Zeke and others have received from Caleb's fans, but I have verified that he did indeed know Caleb.
Oh, not the death threats, man. Not the death threats. Anything but death threats.
For several years, and if Caleb were to claim this was a lie, I have plenty of evidence the two of them know each other and would be able to prove this source isn't made up if Caleb were to ever claim this source isn't really who he says he is. The source ended up sending me dozens of chat messages.
What are you listening to? So this is just like, I'm getting the context to the new allegations that are being made against him because we have nothing to talk about today. So it's scraping the bottom of the barrel. Apparently Caleb Hammer is like some sort of weirdo, which is like obviously probably not a huge shock. He's a fucking YouTuber. They're all degenerate scumbags, except me. They're all like degen scumbags. But like, I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck is going on.
Claims are of Caleb, and if true, show a consistent pattern of unwanted sexual comments towards others in the group, as well as further sexually themed comments about a 16-year-old boy. I was truly shocked at just how much was uncovered. At the time of filming this video, even more is still being found.
So I had a weird take on the 16-year-old boy shit, okay? I had a weird take. So Caleb calls him hot before he knows his age. And then after he knows his age, he continues anyways, right? The problem I have with the 16-year-old boy thing is, I saw a picture of this person. He is like indistinguishable from any other like 20-year-old twink. So the initial attraction wouldn't be problematic, right? It would be going and acting on that. But the bigger problem here is what we would do is criticize twink culture, right? What this would be a broader criticism of the gay community. I think that Caleb merely being attracted to somebody that looks like a twink is not necessarily, like, I don't believe in thought crimes. That wouldn't be the problem here when he's like in his early 20s. He's what, 22 at the time, 23. It would be acting on that would be inappropriate. And if we're arguing that his attraction to this person, which is obviously motivated by this person's appearance, is what is problematic, that's fine. But we would need to then start making an argument about why twink culture is problematic, right?
I've done everything in my power to confirm these messages are real, including sending one that has the sexually themed message about a 16-year-old boy to Caleb to ask if he wanted to deny if it was real.
Like, I don't think that Caleb's fucking, what's it called? I don't think that Caleb's, comments in that context in private about his attraction to this person who turned out to be 16 is any more pedophilic than twink culture, right?
Caleb's response was that it was very out of context, but never denied it wasn't from him. Caleb's lawyer reached out to me after that email and asked that I not share what was in her email, so I'll honor that request and keep that conversation private. Now, before we take a look at the chat messages, I have to give some context as to where these actually came from, and to do that, we have to talk about Caleb's past. Now, despite Caleb having a channel about financial audits, he actually has no business degree, and instead studied music composition at Western Michigan University, where he graduated in 2018. Following that, he began composing music, and even created a YouTube channel that followed his musical endeavors as well. It was around this time that Caleb ended up joining a group known as the Millennium Composers Initiative. This group was created to bring young composers.
Aiden, you're a part of twink. Well, I don't actually view twink culture as being problematic because I don't believe in thought crime. Once again, I believe in actually acting inappropriately with minors. That's what's wrong, right? I don't think that and I don't think that twink culture is necessarily pedophilic because there are young adults that genuinely just like have a more youthful appearance, right? The twinks don't appear as like prepubescent. $2 from Big Aaron. Puerto Rican Steven Crowder. Who, this guy?
From around the world together so they could share ideas and foster growth for each other's musical careers. Caleb is still in this group to this day, and you can find his picture on their Instagram page and website. However, he no longer seems to be an active member since his finance YouTube channel took off. This group eventually started a Facebook group chat for its members to talk about their musical careers, as well as other topics, and it's from this chat that the alleged text from Caleb come from. The source of the text, who asked me to conceal his identity, explains to what extent he believed the group was for.
We felt, or at least I got the impression, that we had very clearly agreed that it was a professional chat, and that we had professional friendships, and that we were approaching it in that way. We did not really touch on topics like that very much.
The topics that he felt were inappropriate are what we're going to be focusing on. The first one that made several people uncomfortable was Caleb's comments about finding a 16-year-old boy hot. Now, in this chat group, everyone has nicknames instead of their actual name being used. I was told that Caleb picked many of these nicknames, but a few were picked by other members. Caleb was allegedly known as Super Ho Diddly Ho. So the user known as Has Sex All the Time says, "What's this hit beat you got playing?" Super Ho responds with, "Smoking is gross." Uncut responds with, "So is saying that 15-year-old boys are hot." Dancing says, "Oh damn." Super Ho responds with, "16." Uncut says, "Doesn't make your case any better." Super Ho responds with, "Haha, thinking from a picture is cute isn't bad." I don't think the person was cut because—
Yeah, I've said this before. I've given a hypothetical. Let's say you're like 21, and you're walking down the street and you see someone who I honestly don't believe the average person can meaningfully tell the difference physically between a 17 and 18-year-old. But we know, based on rule utilitarianism, regardless, like, to go and engage with a 17-year-old is wrong, right? In my opinion, even if the state's age of consent allows it, I think it's wrong, right? But if you go and you see this person, you think they're hot, you talk to them, and then you find out they're not actually 18, they're 17, right? If you cease all if you are like, okay, I understand I can't get with this person, obviously, it's not necessarily immoral that you felt that attraction, right? Because their appearance would be an appearance congruent with someone who is in the attraction to that appearance would be congruent with attraction to an appearance that would be within a normal range of psychosexual development. So the mere attraction is not necessarily what's the problem. It would be then going and acting on it. I've talked about that before, right? You have younger people that look older than they are, vice versa, and being attracted to somebody that looks older than they actually are based on appearance alone would not be the problem. The problem would be then knowing their age and going and acting on it. So, yeah.
As they are young. He had facial hair. Like, come on. Uncut says, why screenshot? Because Superho had taken a picture of this guy's Snapchat of his 16-year-old friend, and Superho says, he hot, is gay, please. Uncut says, he's 16 and no, effing perv. Superho responds with shame. Uncut says, what was the age of consent in Michigan? Superho says 16. Uncut says, Texas is 17.
So the shame indicates that he's not going to pursue anything in regards to this, right? The problem here would be acting on it.
And Superho says, shame. This is the message I sent to Caleb to confirm if they were real, which is when he replied that they were very out of context. I asked the informant if there was more context to the story, which he replied that there wasn't. To give a little bit more context, I reached out to Caleb for comment on this. He said this was taken very out of context, didn't give me any other info around that. So just anything you know around this particular incident.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that he'd say that, particularly because I'm not sure there's any more context out of which it could be taken. That is the extent of the context surrounding this. Was that the friend with the nickname Uncut posted this picture of his friend who was 16 years old, was posting him as a part of posting. He posted the photo to congratulate him and to express gratitude for him. And that's, I mean, that's it. That's the context. And then Caleb saw his story on Snapchat and took that screenshot. And it was at that point that Uncut questioned it, and the rest of it takes place here in this group chat. There's no other context out of which it could have been taken.
Now, I do have to say, since Caleb has threatened to sue me, that 16-year-olds are actually at the legal age of consent in some states.
They're in the legal age of consent, and they can appear as older than they are, and therefore the mere attraction to that appearance with no prior knowledge of the age is not necessarily disordered or pedophilic. Right, I've explained this before, but acting on it would be problematic because you know that they are 16, you know that their brain is still actively maturing, they can't reasonably consent, and even if you somehow find like a genius 16-year-old that could, under rule utilitarianism, you would still be morally in the wrong for them going and acting on that, right? Like, I don't think that Caleb Hammer, who's in his early 20s at this point, is a pedophile or necessarily disordered for being attracted, because he was attracted before he knew this person was 16, and off of appearance alone, they look like they could have been a 20-year-old, like Twank or some shit. So I don't think off of the mere attraction here is necessarily going to be pedophilic or even ephebophilic, considering Caleb was in his early 20s.
Including Caleb's home state of Michigan, so maybe he doesn't think anything is wrong with saying a 16-year-old boy is hot. Despite that, it seems a lot of people, myself included, think that it's inappropriate for a then 23-year-old Caleb—
It's weird as fuck, though, to then go publicly start sharing that.
—to say things like that. It made members of the group uncomfortable—
or at least in the private context, or to other people, right?
And just last year, the influencer known as Just Burly Things made a similar tweet saying 16-year-olds are hotter than 26-year-olds. For a brief moment in time, both people on the left and right came together and made it very clear they felt that was an inappropriate comment, which eventually led to that influencer removing that tweet. There have been a number of Caleb supporters who have been defending him this entire time, and I would love to hear in the comments below if the Caleb fans are supporters of grown men saying 16-year-old boys are hot, or if you think adults shouldn't be commenting on the hotness of kids. Now, that wasn't the only time Superho made comments about teenage boys. In another post, it made it clear that Superho has no qualms about his desire for those young teenage boys. So in these chat messages, Superho posts a picture of another member's Instagram page that shows a young boy, and he asks who the guy's name is, and the other guy gives him his name, which I blocked out, and then Uncut says Caleb's boy crush, and Superho responds with, I would like to personally stick my penis in a hole of his, any hole will do, thank you. Uncut responds with gross, and Superho responds with hot, let me. Uncut responds with, dude, he's like 14. Superho responds with, nah, probably around the other MCI member's age, if they were there with him. Later, Superho says, and if fuck, 17, it's legal there, it is here. Uncut responds with,
okay, so Caleb Hammer believes that this person is, I don't know what this person looks like. The person who says it's 14 is making some sort of assumption. I don't know if this person was actually 14 or not. If Caleb Hammer was actually attracted to a 14-year-old in his early 20s, then yes, we would now be delving into the argument, okay, this guy might be sexually disordered and potentially have some sort of paraphilia. But if this person was like 17 while Caleb was in his fucking early 20s, if Caleb felt attraction to a 17-year-old in his early 20s, just like, to be clear, if a fucking guy sees someone, doesn't realize that she's 17, thinks she's 18 or older, and is attracted, and then finds that she's 17 and doesn't engage because of that he wouldn't be a pedophile or necessarily disordered. I wouldn't assess this person as being a risk to children.
with Caleb, you're 23, that's gross. Superho says, not really, when I'm 50 and I find a sexy 21-year-old that could be a sugar daddy, I will do it, or her sugar daddy. Has sex all the time, responds with a confused or upset meme. And then Superho says, both my grandparent sets are 10 years apart, 6 years is nothing. I would shove that cock right down his throat where it belongs.
Okay, yeah, this is disgusting. Okay. This is weird as fuck. There's no sweeping.
Uncut responds with, it's something if they're underage. Superho says anything under 16 is. Believe it or not, 17 is not under 16. Has sex all the time responds with another meme. Uncut then says, still not an adult. Superho says, I fucked too many people when I was not an adult.
So
Uncut
does Caleb at this point believe this person is 17?
says, just trying to save you from trouble. Superho says, if something is not against the law, there would be no trouble. Uncut responds with, I mean, you do you and do those boys. And Superho responds with,
No, I don't think gay culture is exceptionally pedophilic. I think that even amongst straight culture, older men find younger women attractive, women with a younger appearance more attractive. I think the same follows over into the gay community. I don't think if it's post-pubescent appearance, I don't think that's pedophilic, right? But I think that when it is actual minors, like with what Caleb's talking about, that's when it is problematic.
I do. As you can see from those texts, the other members of the group clearly did not agree with Superho's openly sharing his desire for teenage boys. Now, to make it clear, I don't care what Caleb Hammer's orientation is. Many members of the MCI group, including the informant who gave me these texts, identify as members of the LGBTQ community.
Like the whole notion that because of like twink culture, etc., gay culture is inherently pedophilic. Yeah, it's that it actually carries over from straight attraction. Like you're gonna be lying to yourself if you don't find pervy old men that like younger women. Not children, to be clear, not minors, to be clear, but just like a more youthful appearance in women. Women like literally actively get surgery to maintain a youthful appearance. Like youth, post-pubescent youth is associated amongst both straight and gay people many times as more attractive.
The issue here, if this really is Caleb, is his alleged interest in young teenage.
That doesn't they wouldn't like. I don't think that like a fucking older guy that finds some like someone in their early 20s attractive is a pedophile, right? Obviously not.
Boys, and his continued attempt to openly express this in the MCI group chat that was not intended to host this type of conversation. The informant who gave me these texts told me this type of continued behavior made himself and others very uncomfortable. On another occasion, Superho decided it would be a bright idea to post a screenshot of an adult video of two men having anal in the chat. This pissed off everyone in the group, and few of the younger members of the group were quickly removed from the chat before they saw the image so they wouldn't have to be subjected to it. So in these
when you say younger members, you have to specify if they're minors or not, because in the context of this broader discussion, someone could easily misinterpret that as you saying there were minors in the chat. You need to specify younger but adult. When you're emphasizing younger, where the average person's mind is going to go to minors. So were there minors in this chat or not? And if there weren't minors in this chat, I think you just did something super fucking misleading. Trust me, I don't have any love for fucking Caleb Hammer, but that's pretty misleading.
That's right here. You can see several members are talking about different adult stars that they like. Superho talks about how Kyler Moss used to be his favorite adult star. I wish he didn't stop. He stopped a few years back. Now my favorite is Joey Mills. So these texts go on for a while until Uncut eventually says it's all fun and games until Caleb posted a picture of Joey Mills getting effed. And then a few minutes later, Superho actually posts an uncensored picture of Joey Mills and another guy, to which he responds, haha, changed it on you. It's Joey Mills topping. And then you can see pretty much everyone in the group is extremely ticked off that he decided to post this because it was clearly just a joke, and then he decided it would be hilarious to post uncensored adult content in this chat. And you can see several people asking him to remove it, and they removed other people in the group so they wouldn't be subjected to actually seeing this image, and Caleb doesn't really seem, or Superho doesn't really seem like it's a big deal to him. Now, aside from Superho's love of teenage boys and posting inappropriate, unwanted adult content, he also dabbled in the occasional slurs from time to time. On one occasion, he decided to rename everyone in the group to R-word, including himself, and then to add a cherry on top, decided to rename—
Oh, come on, dude. Come on. We've established— Listen, society has decided that retard is no longer this, like, exceptional fucking thing that we're not going to talk about. I'm reclaiming it. It's like idiot or moron. Let's just be honest, okay? It's as offensive as idiot or moron. You can't stop fighting it. Stop fighting it. It is idiot or moron now. Sorry. Whoa, fuck. Sorry. And it should be, right? The history. You talk. Oh, the word is history. Yeah. Well, okay. All the people who throw this fit over retard use terms like idiot, moron all the time, and the history is like pretty similar, if not like the same, right?
R-word 5 to R-word 5 Mexican. When I spoke to the informant about these texts, he made it clear that he felt Caleb seemed to be a very callous and disrespectful individual, and he seemed to take pleasure in making other members of the
Whenever
group—
you go and ask people, why are you comfortable with saying idiot but not retard, their answer always goes back to, oh, well, like, it will always ultimately indicate that it's because of what society thinks. And if it's because of what society thinks, well, I hate to break it to you, it's more acceptable now. So, you should be okay with it. I'm sorry. You should just be okay with it. If your original dislike of it was because of off what society thinks, because you clearly didn't dislike it because of the history surrounding it or its connotations, if you were willing to use a term like idiot or moron. $10 from Kalora Vetla. Please don't say the R word. It's over. You're going in the crystal. Also, the funny thing about it is, all the fucking people on Twitter that use it and like think it's a word that like you can only use if you're reclaiming it, are in no position to reclaim it. In its medical history, retard was not used to refer to people who had a high-functioning autism, like what would formerly be known as Asperger's, which is autism without the intellectual deficit, right? It was specifically used to refer to people who had intellectual disabilities that put them within an IQ range somewhere around 85, if I remember correctly. So just because you have fucking Asperger's doesn't mean if it's truly only a word that can be reclaimed, if you're saying it and you only have Asperger's, like, you're just as bad as anyone else using it. You're in no position to reclaim it.
Uncomfortable. Those texts you saw were from 2018.
Why are we pausing the what? If you want to watch a video, you could listen. This is the title. You could go watch the original fucking video yourself. I don't try to restream. I'm not Queeman. Okay? I go on tangents. I give commentary. I talk about things. The term retard is directly relevant to the discourse being perpetuated by this video, and I am going to pause and talk about it because I'm not sitting here to just play someone else's fucking content. If you want that, you could go to Queeman.
But when Caleb allegedly rejoined the group just a couple of years ago, the informant claimed his behavior hadn't changed at all.
Those interactions that I had with Caleb were my earlier interactions with him back in 2018. Throughout the extent of time that we were in those series of sort of friendly but professionally minded group chats, Caleb was consistently a source of argument, of disrespect, of flippancy, and was always acting with in what I found to be a very callous manner. Become very noticeable to me that Caleb was very consistent about making things uncomfortable and expressed that he took pleasure in sort of initiating those uncomfortable situations. There was a period of a few years in which I did not speak to him and in which he was not part of those group chats. He returned to our primary composer group chat in, I believe it was 2023. And it was as if nothing had changed at that time. So he continued to make sexual references.
What is a lot to you? What is a lot to you? He's within my sphere, within my general space of people I associate with. I think I've brought him up twice this stream, and the first time I didn't bring him up. Someone else mentioned him and I responded. So technically, if you're talking about me, I brought him up once. If once is a lot to you, then you have to accuse me of bringing up everyone a lot. Like, I'm bringing up you a lot, dude.
When they were completely unprompted or unwarranted. He would initiate arguments. He would not accept differing opinions. He would repeatedly insist on arguing his point, no matter how much anybody else would try to resolve an argument by agreeing to disagree. And so just from the first time I've known him throughout many, many years, he has always been somebody who is interested in generating.
Now, when I'm not okay with the word retard is when you actually use it in the way its history intended it to be, right? If you were ever calling somebody that is actually cognitively disabled retarded, I think you are unironically being ableist. That is a inappropriate use of the word. If you're doing it to somebody that you think is just like a person acting dumb, right, then I think you're as bad as someone who uses the term idiot. Do not use this word to refer to people who actually have intellectual disabilities.
Conflict is interested in making people uncomfortable, and who is I think I get the impression and have the opinion that he is a narcissistic individual who thrives off of the negative emotion.
Why would this anonymous person's interpretation of who Caleb Hammer is be like relevant to us? This is relying on their credibility, and their credibility is zero because we have no idea who the fuck they are.
He elicits in others.
Okay. So just to follow up, I'm sure you've seen his YouTube channel, so you feel that kind of narcissistic personality that's kind of portrayed
Well, who gives a fuck what this person feels?
on his YouTube channel is somewhat true to his actual real personality?
I would say it's incredibly true to his real personality.
Knowing what we know now, Superho clearly is attracted by young teenage boys. Caleb's original accuser Zeke was also a teenage boy at the time of the alleged events, and also has a similar skin
He
tone
was
to
19.
the picture from the chat messages. While Zeke's actions have made him unbelievable to many people, I'm curious if this changes your opinion
It's
on
very loaded. It's very loaded. I gotta be honest with you. This guy's 19.
if Zeke is telling the truth about his alleged encounter with Caleb Hammer. Now, before I end the video, I want to talk about one more thing. Caleb's content, in my opinion, has devolved from actually trying to help people financially to nothing more than trying to mock people for their terrible financial habits.
I'm sorry. I will never call you R-worded again. Wow. Wow, Dickers. Wow. I'm offended. This is my offended fit. Can I put on an offended hat? I'm offended.
He brings people on, yells at them, tells them they're stupid for buying Starbucks coffee, and even goes so far as to openly insult them in the titles and thumbnails to make them seem as pathetic as possible. In a recent video, he even decided to make the
Yeah, but okay, the thing here is, right, although I think his content is exploitative, I think that the insults, like, you go for, unless there are circumstances that exist that would imply a different motive is likely the case, you go with the explanation that would take the least amount of, like, mental reaching, and his titles and thumbnails work in terms of garnering viewership and play into various online trends. For example, I might be misreading this, but like the Whatever podcast, Andrew Wilson, people love to watch women get told they're dumb and like OnlyFans whores and like women being stupid and dumb. I think he's purposely played into that in some videos and has gotten appeal in that regard as well. Like, to say that he's doing this because he's deriving some narcissistic pleasure, you would need to add something that would put us in that direction, because it seems like financial and financial gain would be a far more likely explanation for why he's using these like insulting titles and thumbnails.
Asian guy in the thumbnail look as inappropriate as possible, all in the hopes of getting
All right.
as many views as he can to rack up that ad revenue.
Okay, I agree. No, I agree with that. I agree that he's trying to get views, but it seems like earlier this guy was implying that there's actually like narcissistic pleasure in what he's doing.
Thumbnail apparently went too far, and his own audience called him out in the YouTube comments and on his own subreddit, to which Caleb then decided to take a break from Reddit and pinned a comment on the YouTube video trying to push back against the well-deserved backlash for portraying an Asian man in such an inappropriate way. Now, Caleb has claimed on many occasions that guests on the show get a say on the thumbnail design and titles of their videos, and that he would never create those over-the-top designs unless the guest was okay with it. But after speaking to a former guest of the show, Gia, she said something entirely different. Caleb put her in a jail outfit in the thumbnail, wrote scum on her chest, and titled the video that she deserves jail. Gia claims she never agreed to that and was very disappointed how she was portrayed on the episode, claiming the bad parts were hyped up, which led to Caleb's fans attempting to dox her and ruin her life.
Like, we did the episode, they told me to hype up my bad parts, and so like
does Caleb give people money with his I've watched some of it. Does he actually give people money? Because even if the people are consensually agreeing, whenever you bring money into the picture, and we're talking about financially desperate people, even though they might like be consenting, I think there are factors there that might potentially make it exploitative. In the context of, like, let's say sex, I brought this up before. Some instances with Harvey Weinstein were not him like forcing himself onto somebody that was screaming no. It would be like going to a young struggling actress trying to make it, and would be like, hey, like I can help you out. I could give you like whatever opportunities you're. And now this person is financially desperate, and the prospect of like career advancement would get them to consent to something that they wouldn't otherwise consent to. I think that's like very coercive and exploitative. So it's going to depend on, is there like a financial incentive to going on his show, et cetera, et cetera.
To make me out.
He pays them and makes them sign an NDA. Okay, if he's paying them, you can get people that are financially desperate, which it seems like people in, like, you can absolutely be exploiting and humiliating people while getting them to consent when there's payments involved, right? Like, I could go out and give a homeless guy money to like taser his ball sack and start paying homeless people to go do like humiliating shit. They might be agreeing to it and knowing what they're signing up for, but I would still be exploitative and like a scumbag for doing it, right?
To be like the bad guy, because that's like kind of his shtick. And so that video ended up being really, really, really bad, to the point where they were trying to dox me, they're trying to dox my husband, they're trying to dox my family.
There was
like
people who watched the episode.
Caleb himself.
Yeah, people who watched
what?
People who watched the episode were trying to dox you.
Just his audience.
And one thing I want to ask you is about the thumbnail of your video. It's you in a jumpsuit, and the title is "You Should Be in Jail," and it has scum written on your chest. Did you approve that thumbnail?
Dude, she's eating during the interview.
You did not approve it.
No.
Because his
Oh my,
the people
finish your, swallow your food.
say that all of the thumbnails are approved by the people who appear on the channel. You say you did not approve that thumbnail.
I mean, like, we took a bunch of pictures together, or not together, but like they took a bunch of pictures after recording, but I didn't like get to see like their options for that thumbnail.
An argument that has been around for a long time is whether influencers are responsible for their audience's behavior or not. Some people say no, while others think they are. I land somewhere in the middle and believe that creator isn't responsible for every little action your audience does, but when you create an atmosphere of hate where you belittle every guest that comes on your show, treat them like they are idiots, and portray them as horrible people in the title and thumbnails, your audience will see that and think it's okay for them to also treat these people the way they see Caleb treat them. I heard from several guests on the show who have all been doxxed and harassed by Caleb's fan after appearing on the show, because Caleb creates, in my opinion, episodes of Jerry Springer that is disguised as financial content so he can get higher ad rates and better sponsors.
I don't know. I don't think merely portraying someone as a bad person is condoning or signing off on them being doxxed. The question is your portrayal of them being a bad person warranted by the facts at hand? And if it isn't, then, like, yeah, there's a criticism to be made there.
Ultimately, my personal opinion is that the show does very little to help anyone who appears on it, and is designed primarily to make Caleb and his team as rich as possible. All of the expensive shit.
Yeah, obviously, but that's like a criticism of the broader online sphere, I guess.
YouTuber Caleb Hammer.
So
among the many things
okay,
mentioned, the worst.
We got the context. This is the new video that came out 2 days ago.
About a year and a half ago, I made a video about the disgusting and inappropriate behavior of YouTuber Caleb Hammer. Among the many things mentioned, the worst by far, were the group text messages of Caleb saying he found a 16-year-old boy hot and wanting to know if he was gay so he could hook up with him. Things got worse from there when Caleb asked for the name of a 17.
Wait, didn't he ask if he could hook up with him before he knew he was 16? And then when he did know he was 16, he sent a message indicating that he was not going to hook up with him. Like, I don't think this is any more pedophilic than a guy who sees some girl who looks 18, is into her, finds out she's actually 16. He's like, shit, okay, sucks for me, I guess, or some shit, like, to his friends. I don't think that's like exceptionally more pedophilic than a situation like that, and I feel like far more charity would be offered in a case like that than it would be when it's in the context of like a gay guy, right?
Year-old boy in an Instagram picture of one of the group chats he was in.
And I feel like it's a little scummy to add the 16 part and then say he was looking to hook up with him without specifying that the hooking up part was before he knew he was 16.
Once he was told the name of the kid, Caleb commented that he wanted to stick his in a hole of his. Any hole will do. When the group
wasn't this before he knew he was 16?
Chat members told Caleb how gross that was, he decided to double down and said he would shove his right down his throat where it belongs. For those who didn't see the last video, none of these are allegations against Caleb Hammer. I reached out to Caleb for comment about these text messages, to which he replied that they were taken very out of context. So Caleb admits to saying all of this. As to what
you could find 17-year-olds, for example, that look like they're in their 20s, and if I was to get this guy fucking around in a room and I'd show him a picture of some girl I printed out who's 17, looks like she's in her 20s, but I haven't told him the age, and he goes, she's hot as fuck, and I'm like, well, she's actually 17, and then he's like, oh shit, right? Then I wouldn't accuse this guy of being a pedophile, obviously, because if his knowledge, or if it's off of appearance alone, and this person's appearance is congruent with the appearance of someone would be attracted to, somebody that is in a normal psychosexual stage of development, then I wouldn't think their attraction is disordered. What would be problematic is them going and acting on that.
context is appropriate for a grown man to want to hook up with a 16-year-old boy? I'm not really sure, since he never responded after that. Despite Caleb's own admission that he said these things, no one seemed to care, and his own audience came to my channel and defended his terrible behavior. What makes this situation even weirder is that just a few weeks ago, Caleb had a guest on the show who made some incredibly inappropriate comments about the age of the women he was attracted to.
So you're a gooner, you go for the colleges. I mean, the younger the better, right? No. I would say, in fact, I would say no.
Biologically, yeah. When they're most fertile. Come on, Caleb.
Oh,
come on, man.
If you look at the comments on that video, Caleb's own audience is talking about how disgusting this man is, and that
okay. Do I need to say it? Do I need to explain it? Do I need to explain it? If he's talking about college age, like, yeah, this guy's a fucking, like, creep. But his opinions are really not that, like, they don't deviate that much from, like, your other, like, creepy old men. It's like he's not talking about minors. He's talking about, like, young adult women, right? And I agree that he's, like, a creep, but I don't think that he's, like, a predator if he's just, like, attracted to the young adult appearance, right? And to publicly express that is embarrassing as fuck and creepy as fuck. But I don't think there's anything here that indicates he's talking about minors per se. I just think that's like a fucking weird ass comment in general, because people could interpret and are interpreting it that way. I would need to hear more about what the guy's saying.
The FBI and Chris Hansen both need to look into this guy. When it comes to Caleb's comments about wanting to hook up with a 16-year-old boy, though, nothing but crickets from his fans. Amazing how hypocritical people become when you say something negative about a celebrity they actually like. Caleb Hammer is by far one of the worst individuals on all of YouTube, and because his own fans rally behind his perverted behavior, he doesn't feel he's done anything wrong, and has only doubled down on this type of vile behavior in the year and a half since I last covered him. In this video, we're going to break down everything I've discovered about him since that time. In 2025, Caleb started live streaming regularly on his YouTube channel as well as Twitch. This turned out to be a huge mistake for him, since in normal videos, his editors can edit out the worst of what he says, but in live streams, it's all there for everyone to see. The best example of this was over the summer when Caleb's employee, known as Bitch Brandon, that's what Caleb calls his own employee, by the way, Brandon decided to live stream on Twitch, playing games that mostly kids play. Caleb thought this was funny, so he hopped on his official Twitch account and started making jokes about Brandon being attracted to children. First, he stated that Brandon's kink is 12-year-olds, and then later stated that Brandon wants 10K to be pegged, but will take 10K to peg a 12-year-old. Making pedo jokes about your own employees from your official Twitch account is an incredibly disgusting thing to do. For those wondering if that was actually Caleb Hammer, we know it was, since Twitch banned his account after people reported those comments. But don't worry, Twitch doesn't actually care, and they unbanned him just one day later. In a later live stream after it became clear he was going to get banned on Twitch again, he
I mean, I wouldn't say it's like a disgusting thing to do. I'd say it's like a, what the fuck are you doing? You're a professional. You're an adult. Like, I get people like make jokes like this to their boys all the fucking time, but it's like to do that on your public official account is like, you're a fucking idiot. You're like actually retarded.
Commented about his first ban for his pedo jokes.
And I know they're going to give me more than a one-day ban now because I had that other ban for being a little stupid in my friend's chat. Oh, I just got banned on Twitch.
I wouldn't say that making pedo jokes is just being a little stupid, as Caleb puts it. Most people understand that type of behavior is incredibly disgusting and don't make jokes about that, but Caleb is a big fan.
No, they do. People, I'm sorry. How old is this guy? How old is this guy? Caleb Hammer is not my... Caleb Hammer's like in his what? He's in his mid-20s or some shit. But it's like in online culture, and then especially amongst like younger guys, those jokes are not that uncommon. I'm sorry, they're just not that fucking uncommon at all. It's just like, that's like shit you'd say in like the group chat with your friends. That wouldn't be shit that you'd be commenting under your public Twitch account.
A pedo joke, so it's fun and games to him. Now that clip I just showed was...
I think it's more of a disgusting, like, poor taste joke because he's like being very specific with it. But the whole entire notion of making a joke that your friend is a pedophile, it's not that as uncommon as this guy's portraying it to be. Oh, he's 30? I mean, yeah, it's like, yeah, it's weird. But I don't know. It really depends on, among people that are like late teens, early 20s, those jokes are not that uncommon.
A different live stream where Caleb again showed how stupid he truly is and decided to scroll through Twitter on stream with no...
I mean, wasn't there a whole like meme of like guys like inviting it was at least on Reels, guys would like guys would take their friend to the grocery store, and then to fuck with him they would pull out their camera and be like, this guy is here to meet a fucking 14-year-old girl. It was like funny as fuck. That was like popular on Reels for a while, right? Those jokes actually are relatively common.
Filter turned on.
Opinion forever without any alternative perspective, and then that is their entire permanent worldview forever. They do need to go outside. The same thing happens on the other side, guys. Brands and ads and agencies and whatever organizations, businesses, they don't... Oh, do not get me... Oh, come on. It's like my second week of streaming. What has happened?
That's a dumb mistake. Come on. Is he actually gonna like make some serious moral argument over like I can't... I've literally... Caleb Hammer seems like a scummy, exploitative person, but like him accidentally showing nudes on his stream, it's not like some serious moral condemnation. It's like you need to get smarter with how you like, because I've made this mistake twice. In the second case, or in both cases, I was being a fucking dumbass, but there's not a serious moral condemnation to be made over that. It's just like a you're an idiot type thing.
Now that one you can just chalk up to a mistake, but you would think someone with millions of subscribers and years of making business content would know not to do something so stupid.
Streaming is a different ballpark. Streaming is a completely different game. Like, that's a disingenuous comparison.
YouTube never gave him a ban for that, by the way. If I or any smaller channel accidentally showed nudity on a live stream, my channel would get permanently banned. But once you start making enough money for...
I accidentally showed... For me, it happened twice.
YouTube, they look the other way and don't care what you do, as long as you keep making them millions. After multiple...
Did he private this? If you immediately delete the stream and it was an accident, I don't think YouTube actually enforces that. I don't think that has anything to do with his status.
Live stream bans, you would think someone would understand they need to start making better choices about what they do on live streams. But is that what Caleb did? Of course not. Caleb Hammer is an idiot. On one live stream, Caleb decided it was time to take it to the next level and start committing illegal acts right on stream. Caleb's audience requested that he react to a TikToker named Bradley on a budget who lives an extremely frugal life to pay off his over 100K in debt from going to culinary school. Bradley, who is openly gay, takes many extreme steps to save money and make money, and one of the ways he makes money is by selling adult content on OnlyFans. Caleb decided to purchase his OnlyFans and make fun of the guy's adult content live on the air to his audience. Bradley made a video responding.
Yeah, dude, he was just purchasing it to make fun of it. So true, Caleb. So 90% straight Caleb. He's just purchasing this fucking guy's OnlyFans just to make fun of it, man. Just to make fun of it, I swear.
To Caleb's video.
I'm watching it ironically. It's for the bit.
I guess this is the part where the OF part comes in, so.
Oh, what is he posting? I need to know. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, here we go. Fucking...
Mind you, this was a live stream, so other people were watching him doing this in the moment. This isn't just him doing this for fun on his own. He is broadcasting this. I joined OF 6 years ago because I was desperate. It's like you're making a joke out of something that some people have to do to make money. To turn someone doing what they do to make money into a joke for you to make money, to make content like this, in front of people watching this as well, just feels really wrong.
Let's keep going. Oh, there's a dick. You need to bust my huge 9-day out of my talk. Enjoy some dirty talk role play.
Mind you, this is all behind a paywall. No one has access to this unless you pay for the subscription. So it feels even more invasive for the fact that he has subscribed just to be like explaining.
If you're, I agree with this guy that some people who would otherwise never agree to participate in something like this, if you are financially struggling to that extent, sometimes you consider things you would never do. It still is ultimately a choice, but I agree it's like one of those cases where there's like a debate around free will. But furthermore, like anything you post online, if it's going to be seen by more than 2 people, you need to be posting it with the idea that there's a real possibility this is just going to be public, right? If you post on OnlyFans, you should not be posting on OnlyFans unless you're okay with like the world seeing your dick. That's like a that could be like that's like a strange thing, but it's like you're publishing this to a platform that anyone can pay for and see. There's a very real possibility this gets leaked, and you need to be entering it with that consideration in mind. But that doesn't, first of all, that doesn't then go and excuse Caleb. I think Caleb's like a scumbag for this, to be clear. But I just don't think that this guy's like, I don't think this would be like the same thing as like fucking revenge porn, where it's like this guy had no like indication that the world would see this shit.
Things and describing things and going through the details of what he sees, I think is so unbelievably wrong.
Now, it's one thing to just describe what is in an OnlyFans video, but Caleb took it a step further and multiple times played audio of Bradley climaxing and having intercourse to his audience live on stream.
Butthole exposed, unshowered for 7 days.
All right, yeah, that's weird as shit. I think Caleb's getting some sexual gratification out of this. Yeah, it's strange as fuck.
Just climax. Okay, very good.
Isn't that unbelievable? That's unbelievable. I would never do this to someone. This is just this says everything I need to know about him.
Okay, that's enough.
Right there. You could hear the bed creaking, and there's, which I don't even know if I can say that word on here. How he was able to upload this to YouTube and his page is shocking to me, saying that this feels like what you're doing is pushing it. And someone replied saying, this video should probably at least be age restricted because you're literally talking about this stuff. But he also put the audio in this video, which I agree, if someone under the age of 18 heard that or even saw him talking this way, his response to those comments was, I have enough money to retire, I'm just working for fun now. That comment tells me everything I need to know about this person.
Now that is 100% illegal. You cannot play audio of someone's paywalled adult content to your live stream of viewers who did not pay for that content. Bradley 100% has a claim to sue Caleb for what he did. That's on top of it being against YouTube's terms of service to put sexually explicit content in your videos or live streams. Everyone that was watching that live stream was exposed to X-rated audio without their consent, and it's quite possible that children were exposed to this as well. Unlike Caleb's previous clip, where he accidentally showed boobs on screen, this was 100%.
Is anyone even fucking here, bro? I feel like I'm talking to myself again. I get it. This topic is a bit more boring. But, I mean, it's slim pickings right now. It's very slim pickings.
Done on purpose and breaks multiple YouTube rules and laws by doing so. Was Caleb ever punished by YouTube for live streaming this? Of course not. Once you make enough money for the platform, they don't care what you do. In this next section, we're going to go over a number of members-only videos that Caleb has since deleted to hide some of his horrible and possibly illegal actions. Now, unlike Caleb, who isn't very bright, I know that I can't actually show video or audio of these clips since they have always been paywalled content, but I can describe what is in them. And I have saved copies of the video as evidence if Caleb does ever decide to sue me. There are also websites like Caleb Scammer, which have cataloged all of Caleb's content, including deleted videos, so Caleb deleting these videos hasn't prevented them from being circulated and showing what a terrible person he truly is.
I don't pay for mine. Why are you paying, guy? It's so dumb. And also, there are sites where you can see what's behind the paywall for free.
Many of these clips have ended up on the Creepy Caleb Hammer subreddit. The clips of Caleb possibly committing a crime were quickly deleted by Caleb's legal team to try and prevent people from realizing what a disgusting human being he truly is. But you can see from the comments just how gross these clips actually were. As Caleb has threatened to sue me in the past, I have to take all precautions, and I reached out to Caleb's legal team for comment about the clips we're about to talk about. No response was given, but oddly enough, all the—
Oh shit! Okay, apparently there might be— this could be Kino. This could be the smoking gun against Caleb Hammer. Aiden, you were losing if you try to make us— I'm not trying to make you feel guilt— I unironically feel like there's a good portion of chatters that are just like BPD schizos. It's like, you're trying to seem this way. You're trying— No, it was just a comment. I'm not trying to make you feel guilty for not chatting. It's not what I'm doing. I was just trying to see if anyone was even fucking here, bro.
videos I mentioned in my email suddenly—
And Cal, I gave you 6 topics. I didn't say there were 6 good ones. I was going to check them out on the stream.
disappeared, and any trace of them have been wiped from Caleb's channel. I'm sure that was just a coincidence though, and Caleb definitely isn't trying to hide his horrible behavior from being exposed. Now the first video in question was a 12-hour-long subathon Caleb Hammer did back in March. The subathon video itself no longer exists, but Caleb's team forgot to wipe all traces of the video from his channel, as the subathon trailer can still be seen on his page, but you can't watch the video unless you're a channel member. Most of the subathon is pretty boring up until the end of the video when Caleb's entire staff decided to participate in a roast of Caleb Hammer.
Why don't people chat? Immediately shame Scally. Good one, bro. How did I... I'm sorry, if that's gonna stop you from chatting, you're a bitch. You're like a bitch. I'm sorry. But like, yeah, maybe don't chat if you're a bitch. Like, if you've watched me before, you know what the vibe is here. You understand I'm not afraid to disagree with my own chat. You understand I'm not afraid to disagree with individual chatters. That's obviously not going to be the reason people don't chat.
the end of the roast, Caleb got on stage and decided it was time to make
Now you're going to shame me too? Yes, I am shaming you too. You excuse bitch-made behavior. I'm shaming you. Yes.
Inappropriate and assault jokes you've ever heard. Caleb targeted his employee bitch.
It's like, Aiden Underground being mean to a chatter? What? Whatever happened to my wholesome little Chungus streams? Like, what fucking planet are you living on?
Brandon, and went on a tirade saying that Brandon, a womanizer and a woman beater, you're basically Chris Brown if he let himself go and develop diabetes. The only thing fatter than your gut are the bruises you've left on your exes. Honestly, Brandon, you're collecting amazing sales for the company. Of course, it's not as impressive as the amount of kids connected to your name. But what the audience might not know is you've got a lot of tattoo ink on your body. I can't tell if it's because you're a cool person or if your body is an obituary page of all your beaten to death exes. It's important to note that of the 15 or so employees that were there for the roast, no one laughed at any of the jokes. Even Caleb's own employees knew how disgusting and over the top it was for their boss to make these comments about one of his own employees. I think this is a big reason why this—
If they volunteered, if they knew going into this that it was going to be a roast, then what is the wrongdoing here? Those kinds of that's just dark jokes and part of a fucking roast. I guess it can be exploitative if because there's the financial incentive and it's your own employees. Sure, I would never do this with people I was paying.
Subathon was deleted from his channel because he doesn't want channel members to see just how disgusting and revolting he truly is. Now, the next clip I'm going to talk about—
coming into my chat to tell other people to go live is the most insufferable fucking thing ever. It's like, I get it, man. You don't like this, but why are you coming in here to tell someone else to go live? You might as well. You're the type of fucking person in a lecture that continuously audibly yawns as the professor is fucking talking.
Caleb deleted, in my opinion, to hide illegal activity. This clip requires a little context before I talk about the actual clip, though. Back in February, a young lady who went on a date with Caleb that had a horrible experience posted about him on the Creepy Caleb subreddit. Caleb made jokes about kidnapping and murdering her, and requested her to take a bath for him so he could watch her in the tub. On his own subreddit, he responded to her allegations, confirming most of it, while also completely trashing her. What's most interesting is the way he started his rant, though. Caleb states that, here we go with the over-sensationalism that we can't seem to get rid of since 2020. But this is why my creator friends privately recommended I get consent recorded. And we live in a single-party consent recording state, so after the insanity of last year, guess what? I did. That line about recording consent is interesting because in a previous post-show video, Caleb made a startling confession that he records sexual acts in his house. This took place in the post-show for the episode titled—
Okay, dude, that's crazy. Why would you why would you do that? Why would you He thinks it's like, yeah, dude, I have proof that they consented because I filmed them in intimate sexual acts without their knowledge. I think you're like paranoid as fuck, but maybe I can understand it if you have a history of accusations, if you're getting people to sign something before you have sex with them. But it's like, to actually go and like, that's a crime, right? That's a crime.
Financial Audit's most toxic couple. In the clip, the couple admits to Caleb that they film themselves having sex, to which Caleb gets grossed out by, and then Caleb's producer, Lindsay, asks Caleb, "You don't film yourself?" To which Caleb responds, "It's actually been on security cam a few times, home security." Now, this response of Caleb admitting to recording sexual acts on his home security after he made a post telling everyone he records consent led a lot of people to believe that Caleb Hammer is recording the women he has sex with without their knowledge on hidden cameras around his house. Multiple people who have been to his home have confirmed he has multiple cameras around his house, and Caleb even confirms it in his post as well. I reached out to Caleb's legal team to ask if that's what he's doing, because if it is, that's 100% illegal. Living in a one-party consent state allows you to record conversations. It does not allow you to record sex acts without permission of all parties. For whatever reason, a lot of influencers in the red pill community have been telling guys that you can record sex without a woman's consent, and this is legal, when it 100% is not.
Wait, why is Soul telling me to go fuck my... I didn't remove your mod, Soul, did I? What? Why have I lost my yellow name? I didn't take your yellow... Dude, why does something happen and they fucking blame me? I didn't take your yellow name. I gave it back. It's just like, oh, something bad happened. Aiden did it. This is QQ's fault. QQ's like, Soul was like, why did I lose my role? And QQ's like, oh, Aiden took it. Aiden took it. Aiden, the guy that's historically involved in his own server's moderation, must have personally done it, of course.
If anyone does this, it's breaking several laws, and another YouTube creator, Jack Denmo, who tried to do this, was recently convicted of sexual assault. Needless to say, these are very serious allegations. After I reached out to Caleb Hammer's legal team, I noticed that the post show that had this clip has now been erased from Caleb's YouTube channel, and his lawyer went to extra lengths of having the Reddit video post.
QQ said it was you? People say that everything is me. People say that everything is me. And if they have nothing, they either inspect Element DMs or will to troll me, pretend to be a 14-year-old girl that I allegedly tried to solicit. Okay? People lie about me. I don't know what to tell you.
Taken down as well. Caleb Hammer's team is going to extreme lengths to make sure that no one ever sees this clip. Now, Caleb, or his legal team, could have easily denied this claim.
This really happened. Somebody wrote a document pretending to be this 25-year-old guy wrote a document pretending to be a 14-year-old girl who I went to and threatened to private my videos. I threatened to private my, I don't think it was 14. It was like 16 or 17. I threatened to private my YouTube videos if they didn't send me nudes.
When I reached out for comment, but they never did. In fact, everything that I've said in this video, I provided to Caleb's team, and they did not respond with a denial to a single thing.
It's just a prank, bro. The prank.
This video. The creepy Caleb Hammer.
What? Sorry. Poopgate? That one caught me off guard.
Subreddit has attracted a lot of followers over the past few years. Many people who just like Caleb, but also a lot of former fans of his. On his main subreddit, you won't find any criticism of him because you immediately get banned if you even give constructive criticism. This has helped the Snark subreddit to grow quickly and has many posts from former guests who despise the way they were treated by Caleb.
5 from Soul Skibbity. Sorry, 80. Here's $5 to make up for it. I know your Jewy hands will... No, dude, trust me. I appreciate you, and there's no financial motives that I am kidding. I know your Jewy hands will take it and run. Love you, 80. Also, Green is my goat. Base, thank you so much. Appreciate it, buddy.
Several female guests have shown screenshots of their text messages where Caleb used his influence to
we know about the trafficking ring. You gulp.
Try and date them, and then if they turn him down, he makes it clear to them they can't talk about him negatively because they signed a waiver. This kind of behavior is really gross, but the most disgusting story on the subreddit comes from a former roommate of Caleb back in college. Now, anyone can make up a story on the internet, but when asked for proof that he used to be roommates with Caleb, the poster showed an email for a lease renewal with Caleb Hammer's full name on it. Caleb Hammer's team got the post removed since it showed his middle name, and somehow that's private information, so the Redditor had to re-upload it with that info removed. So I believe that the information provided is accurate, or Caleb's legal team wouldn't have taken the time to get it removed. During an AMA, one person asked him if—
5 from Will! How do we know it was fake? Gringo. What was fake? The because the fucking retard, when he wrote the document, forgot to change his Google username, which was his username of his Twitter, where he's a 25-year-old guy who's repeatedly fucked with me.
He ever saw Caleb do any evil shit, to which he replied, nothing evil that I've seen, but definitely some unhinged shit. When we interviewed him to move in with us, he told us he likes to diddle dudes. Should have been our first red flag. He was pressed further and said that one of the most unhinged things he saw Caleb do was he smeared his own shit in the bathroom when he moved out. When asked for more details, he said—
He did excuse me?
So here's the long story. I went out of town to visit some family, and he was supposed to take care of my dog. He was moving out like 12 hours before I got back, not due to a fight. He was just moving on. And when I got back, I found my dog laying in her own piss in her kennel, where she had clearly been for at least a couple days. I washed her up, cleaned the kennel, but it still stank throughout the house.
This is the thing, right? Nobody's obligated to take care of your pet, But if somebody agrees to do it, then yeah, now it's their responsibility to take care of that pet. If you didn't want to do it, you shouldn't have agreed to it.
House. So I went upstairs to check his space out, and before I even turned my head to look in the bathroom, I knew exactly what I was going to see, which was his own shit smeared all over the shower. I went down to the leasing office and told them I wasn't cleaning it, and they needed to hire someone ASAP. The cleaning crew told me it was the most disgusting thing they'd ever seen. When I spoke to another of Caleb's roommates in the video I did on him last year, I heard this story as well, so I do believe this is true. Smearing your own shit in the bathroom to piss off your ex-roommates is one of the most vile things I've ever heard someone do, and if true, just shows Caleb has been a disgusting human long before success on YouTube. Again, I reached out for comment from his legal team, and they never denied the claim to me. Now, a lot of the information in this video has already been...
Well, to be fair, did they deny any claim? It doesn't sound like they even responded.
...known for close to 2 years at this point. Why anyone would want to associate with a man who makes comments about wanting to hook up with a 16 and 17-year-old boy is beyond me. But Caleb has continued to only grow on YouTube. Just recently, he was signed by a major Hollywood studio, creative artist agency.
He indicate that's just... Okay, he could get you on that. Because, like... He, after learning about the age, he literally indicated that he didn't want to hook up. Why would he say shame if he was considering actually then going and acting on that and hooking up? So that's just not, like, that's just not true.
To represent him. However, they have a long history of dropping celebrities when scandals break. Considering Caleb's past and continuing behavior, I don't think he'll last there very long. Caleb recently had Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer on the show, and before she appeared on the show, I reached out to her team and told them everything in this video, and she still decided to go on the show. So I guess she's in favor of all the disgusting behavior shown in this video.
Yeah, because nobody gives a fuck whether famous people have done bad shit or not. It's how does the public feel? If the public they'll drop you if this is something that can bring them controversy through association. If it's not going to be controversial to associate with you because the public hasn't like caught on to, then they don't give a fuck, dude. They don't care.
The right also seems to love Caleb as well. Brett Cooper recently made a video about him titled...
I guess, okay, I made a generalization. That's not always the case, but it seems like most of the times, the shit that people get canceled for is going to depend on how the public feels. Good example of this would be a ton of mainstream celebrities did cancel-worthy shit, and then even in like 2016, 2017, like for example... Some girl she worked for like Vogue or something. I don't remember what it was. But when she was like 16, she tweeted out the N-word, and she like lost her job and was publicly shamed because people were finding this and going after her for it. Mark Wahlberg has committed several hate crimes. He's admitted as such. He's still allowed to be like decades later, still allowed to be in the mainstream, even when cancellations were at their peak. Because it wasn't really like a super, like people knew about this and he did apologize for it, but it wasn't like it wasn't mainstream knowledge. So there was no need to actually for these companies to actually need to distance themselves from him. It's not going to depend on what you actually did. It's going to depend on whether what you did is known by the public and they feel that it's bad.
The left hates Caleb because he's right. No, Brett, people hate Caleb because he's a disgusting human being that has confirmed he's attracted to 16-year-old boys. Brett loves to cover current topics, so maybe she can do a follow-up video defending Caleb again. She could title it, Why Caleb Hammer Liking 16-Year-Olds is Based. I really don't understand why so many people would want to associate with such a horrible human being, but I guess many people just don't have any real morals these days. Chris Brown is another great example. Despite beating Rihanna to a bloody pulp, he still makes millions a year from the songs people buy, and lots of women pay thousands of...
He hasn't just beaten Rihanna. This guy's like a psycho. Go through his entire legal history. This guy beats up everyone. Wasn't he like actively in I might have been thinking of Jason Derulo, who's, no, not Jason Derulo in regards to beating everyone, but there was like a standoff with police. No, the standoff with police was Jason Derulo. The beating everyone up was Chris Brown. Didn't he get arrested like 2 years ago again? He like beat up some prostitute and he beat up Chris Brown just fucking beats up everyone, dude.
Dollars to get to attend meet and greets just to see him.
And yeah, he gets away with it, but Chris Brown even like mainstream? Like the last like big thing I ever saw Chris Brown doing was Freaky Friday with Lil Dicky.
If some celebrity provides entertainment to people's lives, most people will look the other way and excuse all their horrible behavior because ultimately most people are hypocrites and don't care what their idols do as long
he also had a standoff
as the entertainment continues. Now, finally, I want to end on the fact that Caleb Hammer doesn't actually care about helping people on his channel, and you can see that to be true by the sponsorships he gladly takes. Caleb loves to yell at people on the show for making stupid purchases and going...
Why are you mixing them up? Because they're both singers, and they were both involved in police standoffs? What? It's always about fucking... Okay.
into debt for the most ludicrous reasons, but then he turns around and happily tells his own audience to go into debt for an absurd reason, all just to push a stupid cash advance program.
Okay, let's be honest. Waiting for payday feels like watching paint dry on your last dollar. But with Step's new early pay feature, you don't have to wait. With early pay, you can get access to up to $250 before payday and bridge the gap for when life happens. And whether you're covering rent, need gas money, or decide last minute to see your favorite band live, Step's got you covered.
For those
of you that are Caleb Hammer fans, you know that if a guest ever came on the show and told Caleb they took a cash advance to go to a concert, he would lose his mind. If Caleb was shown the clip of anyone else saying that, he would make a 10-minute speech about how stupid it is, but when Caleb Hammer does it, somehow it's A-okay to push a cash advance app to his audience. The guy is a hypocrite, a disgusting human being, and an absolute grifter. I really have no idea why anyone would continue to watch him after everything I showed you today.
Okay, wait, no. Hold on. Jason Derulo. Jason Derulo beat someone up, but he didn't get in a police standoff. It was Chris Brown that got in a... So I was originally right. Chris Brown was the one that got in a police standoff. Got it. Anyways. What the fuck is... Anyways, okay. Well, that's that. Now, we have something else here recommended by Hellbent. Who the fuck is... First of all, I don't think Caleb Hammer, anything here indicates he's a pedophile. I just think all of that indicates he's a scumbag. I think this guy was trying, like, way too hard with the pedophile angle, when he should have been emphasizing, like, there were better points there that could have been emphasized against Caleb Hammer. Anyways, I got recommended something by Hellbent. Now, it's an hour long. I'll save it for the end. We got Cameron F305 has returned. Okay, Cameron F305, he said he's finally going to be his own person, get away from the content cop, skinwalking, has returned with a video called K9 Unit Hassan Piker. I don't think I'm going to watch this full thing if it's boring, but I just want to see. Maybe it's just the title. I want to see if Cameron is actually doing his own thing yet.
The following video contains stunts performed by trained professionals. Do not try this at home.
What the hell is wrong with my internet? It's probably an attack from you-know-who. And this is the problem with America. People taking control and violating me. My internet not working.
Get it, guys? Hassan is anti-Semitic.
Clear violence. And it's the same reason as to why America... Kaya, please just fucking go back to...
Oh, the same joke everyone else... So not only are we doing, like, jokes that are outdated by, like, 7 years, we're also just doing, like, the shit that was funny 2 months ago.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. I underestimated my audience in a live stream and gave them a goal they never should have met. What you're definitely not wondering is what the hell just happened. You know it, I know it, and my neck felt it. So grab a drink, and let me tell you about one of the biggest events to ever happen on October 7th. This is the K9 Unit.
Get it, guys? He's running around in real life and being wacky. It's like, he saw, like, the iDubbbz, like, running around. I didn't even think it was funny when iDubbbz did it. But, like, even when, like, he tried to integrate, like, a real-life skit into one of his previous videos where he's just, like, going around asking people about, like, Hassan Piker or iDubbbz or some shit. And it's like he's trying to copy the iDubbbz, but iDubbbz, like, at the time, it was actually funny and had a point. Like, when he was talking about how Leafy was insecure about his chin, he, like, went out and had people try to pin the chin on Leafy or some shit. Like, it's just, like, skinwalking down to every facet, but, like, on a surface level and not really, like, having a point to it. I feel, yeah, this guy just wants a fucking excuse to put a dog collar on. What is the joke here? That you're being a dog? That's the joke, that you're a dog? Ah! By the way, if you guys want to support the stream, as always, we're like halfway to Streamly goal. If we hit it, that would be epic, based, cool, and all. We're over halfway to Streamly goal. That would be epic, based, cool, and even, dare I say, awesome. Also, like up. Hit that fucking like button. 120 watching, 40 likes.
Hey everybody, it's me, Cameron. I'm breaking a rule of mine today. I'm making a video about Hassan Piker.
Thank you, Chino, for the $3.
And his career isn't dead. Well, yet. However, the reason we're here might be a big domino in the fall of Hassan, as he's committed a cardinal sin. He shot out! Allegedly shocked his dog. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself. Can you tell this collar is tight? Hassan Piker is a leftist political Twitch streamer that you probably know about. He's a self-described socialist, and a lot of the people we've talked about on this channel have his cock in their mouth. You wait like at least a few takes before you... Fuck you. Now, since the shocking scandal, he's been doing everything he possibly can to stage a mass cover-up with constant new narratives, which is nothing new for Hassan. The memes have been glorious, and the internet has not let him forget. But since then, he's gotten everyone in his general vicinity to lie for him, and that's caused this drama, which would have probably lasted around a week, to go on for over a month now. And I'm making this video to make sure we don't forget all the people who covered up for him. So here we are now. Thanks to a bunch of you in my live stream, I'm here in a dog outfit wearing a shock collar covering the Gaslight Brigade from Hassan Piker. On October 7th,
Aha, China. Okay, I'm done. I'm done with the video. Thank you, Cameron. Another banger. Thank you so much. Last month's drama tonight with Cameron. Based. Okay. What else do we got? We've got, hopefully, I would rather watch an hour of anything else. So we've got that. Who is Button? Is this an ACC drama involving Lio Convoy? Okay, I have to watch it. Apparently, this is Lio Tent. I repeat, we have Lio Tent. Any ACC tard that is in my chat right now, I might need your help.
I have to give a heads up about the subject of this video. He loves to abuse the copyright system to take down videos that are critical of him and his actions. So because of this, I'm not going to show this person's artwork and will instead rely on citations in the description if there's anything that I'm explicitly referring to. That doesn't mean this video is safe from false strikes, but I notice that anytime someone shows his art in a video, he uses it as an excuse to take it down. Another annoying thing is the fact that YouTube forces you to hand your docs over to the person making the copyright claim, so it can be used as a method of extortion. Buttons is on record for abusing the copyright system to take down videos from...
Wait, is this about the court case? Oh, I already fucking saw that. This is non-tent. This is non-tent. L Binton chat. L Binton chat. L Binton chat. This is nothing. I think I've already watched this exact video. It's literally nothing. L Binton chat. L Binton chat. All right, what else do we got then, I guess? Very eventful stream. Nothing ever fucking happens, dude. What is this?
Elliott Smith, My Chemical Romance, and fucking Beatles album covers, and that's gonna get him going, is it? No. He also clearly never built a basis of music knowledge before his flurry into music.
Oh, is this the lyrics video? Oh, we can watch this. That's actually a good suggestion. Apparently, this guy made a video on lyrics.
Not a thing of that. I'm good on that. I'm good. What's up, beautiful?
I'm 15.
Trev, you're insane!
No! Dude, does Omegle have a replacement now? I thought, like, maybe, like, instead of, looking for... I should just, like, go on, like, the modern equivalent of Omegle and try to debate people.
Pull up to the crib, Trev! Frank Ocean, it's a couple good songs in there, but dude, it's not what you think it is.
I'm gonna be honest, bro. This has replay value. This has excitement.
There is nobody more annoying than fucking music YouTube. Just listen to music. Who cares what people think about the music you listen to? Who cares if people think you're a poser? Who cares? Who gives a fuck? Music should be enjoyed for being like. Okay, it's one thing if you're watching to get recommendations from other people, but like, I just never understood this concept. Why do people need other people to validate their taste? Why do people need other people to tell them what's good or not? Just fucking listen.
This has when you're in your feels. This has everything.
If you care that much about lyrics, just read a book. I don't care about what they say. They could be speaking German for all I give a shit about. Rap music, 90% of it is shit.
11 minutes?
Financial success. So if this is clearly the case, why is this a problem? Well, it's the sheer size of their audiences. These three have a combined 39.2 million followers on Twitch, with 52 million across all platforms. A significant portion of these streamers' audiences are young to late teens, an audience base that is incredibly susceptible. These reviews are not genuine and are not intended to push forward the music as an art form. They are intended for clips and money. It's cheaper and more effective to
Okay, well, that's okay. To be clear about it, that's just what everything on YouTube is for. If people are doing this to make money, I don't know what the problem is. Like there are problems. Like once again, there are problems that could come out of doing this to make money, but doing it for money and the criticism of you're doing this for views and money means absolutely fucking nothing. It means absolutely nothing. I'm not like gonna sit here and go to like, this is a lucrative. This can make you a lot of money. And people who have no interest in whatever the fuck they're talking about will do this for money. I'm not gonna go to Burger King and get mad at a cook for not being passionate about fucking food.
simply pay a streamer to glaze an album.
But I understand simultaneously that creativity is sacrificed for this, which I think is a conversation of itself, not a criticism against individuals.
Or have a rapper appear on stream than traditional marketing. I'm not saying that happens, but let's be honest, it fucking does. So let's move on to a more niche reviewer that has recently entered the space. Brad Taste the Music. Oh wait, no. Twink Brad Taste the Music. Liam Donovan. I will preface this section by saying me and him have interacted, and I do not like the kid for personal reasons that I feel are valid. I will not let that affect my criticism.
Why? What happened between the two of you?
Of the way he reviews or the way he looks.
I'll be crying if I look like that too, bro. That up what they be doing.
Okay, that cut was like he got like the Davy Crockett. he went into a shop. He's like, "You give me the fucking Davy Crockett." Why the fuck is he trying to grow out the back of his hair like that?
The music review stream was perhaps pioneered by Brad Taste the Music, who charged his audience a certain amount per minute for song requests. It was a fucking lot of money, and Liam charges a lot less, $5 per song, which is actually respectable considering this job could be done by a fucking chimp with headphones on. So $5 per song sounds okay, but there is a huge problem with that. He charges it regardless of the length of the song. This presents a huge issue with the reviews. Liam has had a tendency in the past to skip through tracks if he doesn't like what he hears, supposedly in an attempt to find a section where it either changes or improves or he likes what he hears. I think the problem here is pretty obvious. Imagine reviewing a fucking painting with 3/4 of it covered up. Imagine reviewing a film with half the scenes just completely wiped out. It's impossible to gain an understanding or knowledge of a song without knowing the full context of at least what's going on to that piece of fucking.
I think if your song has one good part and like 2 bad parts, it's a shit song, even if one part is good. I agree that it is like kind of lazy, but if you don't like the song and the song is shit, like I honestly don't know, like expect you to like fucking, unless like there's an expectation that the person paying wants you to sit through the full duration of the song. I can understand like listening to half a song, determining that it's shit, and then not proceeding. I don't think the other half is going to save a song.
Art. It's not an issue with him, it's an issue with the format itself. Obviously, Liam is not going to want to listen to the entirety of Dope Smoker for $5. I'll do that. I'll do it for fucking free, but he doesn't want to. He's money maxing, bro. He needs to buy more Pitchfork top 50 albums on vinyl and stick it on his fucking wall.
True. And dude, Liam is like one of those people that's super gay about music. He's like, "Oh, this song is popular and you like it?" Okay. Can you consider there's this like fucking need. I've talked about this before. There's this need to almost like prove yourself, to be like, yeah, I like this like popular band. I like this experimental like dog shit thing they did 10 years before they were famous. And you listen to it and it's like complete trash. But because it's like so like niche or whatever, they feel like a better fan for liking it. And it's like liking the popular shit makes you a poser. And it's like, no, just because a lot of people align with your personal preference doesn't make that preference any less valid. It's totally okay to like the most popular shit from a band's discography, right? Fuck, I don't know why I always get that word wrong.
It's a joke. Don't crash out. Don't crash out. Motherfuckers who stick their vinyl covers on the fucking wall. I hate that. I despise that shit. Don't do that. Just put them in a fucking pile, alright? It's music. Right? You don't need to like what?
Discography? Sorry. I don't know why I said choreography. I'm retarded.
Go around and they're gonna fucking look at your Elliott Smith, My Chemical Romance, and fucking Beatles album covers, and that's gonna get him going, is it? No. He also.
I mean, what albums does he have up? Like, I'm pretty sure he does actually like Elliott Smith, and he is actually a fan of Figure 8. I don't think Loam is a fucking fan of the Beatles. That's cringe to have what is it? That's Abbey Road or whatever the fuck that album's called. Riot by Paramore, In Utero, Nirvana. He likes MCR, which immediately makes him gay. I'm sorry, I insulted like everyone I'm friends with and everyone in my audience. But My Chemical Romance is so fucking gay. So gay. And then it's like, you give them an example of a song that you listen to that attests to why you don't like that. And it's like, no, dude, you're just not listening to their real stuff. And then you listen to another song and it's like, that song's bad. You're not listening to their real stuff. And then like, it's like, at what point have I listened to enough from this band to determine that they fucking suck? Umbrella Academy was okay though. Gerard Way kind of won.
Fork top 50 albums on vinyl and stick it on his fucking wall. That is a joke. Don't crash out. Don't crash out. Motherfuckers who stick their vinyl covers on the fucking wall. I hate that. I despise that shit. Don't do that. Just put them in a fucking pile, alright? It's music. Right? You don't need to like what? You invite a girl around and they're gonna fucking look at your Elliott Smith, My Chemical Romance, and fucking Beatles album covers, and that's gonna get him going, is it? No. He also
It could just be to fill blank space on a wall.
Clearly never built a basis of music knowledge before his flurry into music criticism. This is primarily because he scrambled to fill Brad Taste's niche after stagnating as a
Queeman reference? Fatty Wanagate.
Primarily because he scrambled to fill Brad Taste's niche after stagnating as a drama YouTuber called Lyrics for various years.
He wasn't stagnating. That's just not like true. He was still doing well. He obviously, and you could see this before he left, you could see this was like his interest. He had far more fun with the music stuff than he did with commentary. You could see this before he left commentary. The problem I had with his choice is what he really was passionate about was making music. And I was explaining to him that just because you have people that are willing to watch your music reviews, that's not going to necessarily translate to an audience that's going to listen to your actual music.
There are some spicy allegations towards Lyrics that I will let the SlopTubers cover, but I do think you should look into it if you're a fan. Just a quick little insert here. I've linked a few videos in the description that more so explain Liam Donovan's past as Lyrics. I do think there is a reason he like scrabbles and molds and like almost cries whenever anybody brings it up on his stream. He doesn't really want it catching up to him. Like, people could change. A lot of the stuff he did is like, it's not fucking crazy. I do think it's weird. He's a fucking weirdo. But it's the fact that like you don't change that quickly as soon as you see like a niche open that can make money. Like, this is after he leaked.
Okay, I feel like this guy's disingenuously portraying the shift. The shift was, he obviously wanted to make it. Let's just be honest. He obviously wanted to make it. He is genuinely passionate about music. I don't think he's passionate necessarily about reviewing it, but he's more passionate about that than he is commentary. And he didn't just leave because he was stagnating. That's just not true.
Actually scrambled to become a relevant drama YouTuber for a very, very, very long time. I think his sudden shift in persona is completely fake. Personally, I could be wrong, but
it is not fake. I think knowing him, I've spoken extensively with Liam personally. I think people misunderstand this. I think the commentary persona was the fake one. I think he has always been this way. I think he's always been this way. Like the real Liam, the commentary persona was the fake one. At least at some point it became the fake one. At the end, when he was like still being his like the edgelord commentator, he was just not that way in private. And I think that was the fake one. He banned some of his oldest chatters though. Fuck him, just for that. I mean, it depends on what they were chatting. I know some of them were insanely possessive and annoying about his shift. Like, the problem, like, I ban people Not because I'm embarrassed about it, but I ban people who watched my old channel that just pop in here one day. The reason being, I have no interest in my old channel. I've grown up as a person, and the content I made on there is not the person they've got to know. Doesn't exist anymore. And they come in here to try to talk to that like 12-year-old or whatever, and he's not there. I'm 20 now. And they're just asking about the old channel, and they have no interest in engaging in the new shit. So instead of re-explaining the last 8 years of my life to them, it's just easier to ban them. I'm sorry, it just becomes easier at some point. I'm trying to build like a base that likes the 20-year-old version as opposed to the 12-year-old version.
That's what, most of these cutesy little nicey people on the internet, they're usually the worst people you will ever meet.
You have an old chat. I can't believe there are some people that have been watching for months that just discover this. Yes, I used to have 800,000 subscribers on YouTube. I had some shitty reaction commentary channel when that was big, with like effortless like slop that did better than the mini documentaries I was trying to make when I was younger. Yeah, I just didn't really have fun doing it. I thought it was like brain rot, and it's just not what I'm interested in doing.
Meet in your entire fucking life, and that's just from my experience of talking to other YouTubers who know more people. Yeah, that's basically it. But yeah, watch those videos. I think
Mythologizing his own, what does that even mean in this context?
You should be aware if you're a fan of him, because he is kind of peddling this nice guy, cutesy, sensitive motherfucker that is very appealing to a certain audience online.
Yeah, I only left the videos up on my old channel that I liked, that I was proud of. I think that I let people re-upload it, so you can go and watch my old video. Like, I'm not trying to hide anything. I just don't have it hosted on my old channel, because I only wanted to leave the stuff up that I still stood by and was proud of.
So yeah, a basis of music knowledge isn't required to criticize anything, but it is preferable if you want respect outside of your secular teenage girl audience. It often leads to situations where Liam clearly misunderstands the context or purpose of a song. The term not interesting or unlistenable is thrown around a lot, and those words don't really mean anything on their own, but they can be utilized.
Did you make any money on that account? I've made more money doing this, and that's gonna sound crazy. But apparently TLC really needed like the extra money from like my fucking 12-year-old self. So they ended up getting like that. I did make money off that account. And I did grow the money I had, but I was not making as much, like I didn't make as much as I am now.
Within a review with context, but when you call Window Licker by Aphex Twin not interesting after skipping through it, despite the fact it literally utilizes techniques that were unheard of in electronic music at the time, it clearly misses the mark and shows a clear misunderstanding of the history of the genre you are trying to review. If you review any IDM, you need to understand the context of the time period the music was made in. It's not going to be as complicated as modern day electronic music because it was created using hardware. Otherwise, what is the point? Just claim ignorant so your audience doesn't immediately disregard.
Yeah, Liam is like pretty ignorant when it comes to like the technical aspect of music or like outside info. Like he literally did not know that Virgin was like an established record. It's like Virgin Music. What kind of shitty record label is it? When he was accusing that one Dream the fucking Dream fan that made music, when he was accusing that guy of personally copyright striking him, not realizing that that guy's the rights to his music, he signed to a label because he was getting millions of views on it, and that label was obviously the people that were striking Lyrics, not the creator himself. And Lyrics just jumped ahead, saying that as if this creator was personally doing it. And then what happens when this guy finally sees Lyrics' message and responds? He says what could have obviously been inferred, that it wasn't him, it was the label, and he's undoing it. So all the original videos were pointless. So I was from Chris. Whole event, bro. Get on with the content. Thank you for the 2.
One of the greatest and most influential electronic producers of all time, just because you do not understand. Alright, so I guess it's probably best if I actually react to this this review of Window Licker by Aphex Twin that was on his stream. This is his review. Obviously, I won't be able to play the music because I actually understand copyright. But we'll see as Chris.
Why does everybody like... Who is this Aphex Twin person? Nobody shuts the fuck up. You know what? Fuck it. We're doing a music. I have to hear it. What is their most popular song? Okay. Dog shit. Dog shit. Dog shit. Dog shit. Ass.
This is, I'm sure, many.
It sucks. Yeah, that sucked.
You are aware of Window Liquor by Aphex Twin.
It's just kind of nothing so far.
Alright, nothing so far. Bro, it's an introduction.
That's like commentary video background music.
The break manipulation, the samples, and the fucking drums are incredibly interesting. It's a fucking introduction for an IDM song. What do you expect? It's not going to go to screaming emo right at the beginning. This is my problem. He doesn't understand the genres he's reviewing at all.
Alright, I'm gonna be honest. I like listening to experimental stuff, but I just don't find this particularly interesting.
Okay.
It's like, dude, it's like A24 slop, man. Someone should look at this super experimental thing that I like. Aren't I unique? I'm sorry. Listen. They could be good. I don't fucking know. I didn't give that song a fair review. But I hate the fucking niche art type person. I can't stand it. I have these like film snobs that are like, yeah, my favorite movie is this experimental production made by this director you've never heard of in Belgium in 1973. And you watch it and it's like, bro, The Dark Knight is like just bad. Let's watch The Dark Knight. This fucking sucks. It's like, no, you need to understand the messages and the nuance behind this art piece. $2 from Benzin. People with rad score over 100 love Aphex. I have a rad score of what? It's like 104 or some shit. I don't remember. $5 from Chris. Bro, this sucks. Okay. Fuck you.
So that's his criticism. It's not particularly interesting.
It's just kind of a boring drag.
It's a boring drag. And then he's skipping through it. He's fucking skipping through it. So rather than actually giving it a chance to actually listen to the song and see where it goes and see where things fucking transition.
Profile picture is kind of like Quirk Chungus.
Quirk Chungus.
Man, I'm so random and crazy and fucked up.
True. Look, it's a messed up face.
It's not random, crazy, and fucked up. It's fucking cool. Like, you just have...
No, he's right. It literally... Look, guys, it's experimental. It's some random fucking image of distortion.
A lack of understanding of anything creative. That's what it is. But that's my opinion of his opinion, obviously.
No, you don't know the deeper meaning. Explain the deeper meaning. Explain the deeper meaning, please.
See, I think he's fucking stupid. He's stupid and he's creatively void.
I appreciate boundary pushing. I just don't think that was particularly that interesting.
It's one of the most...
It's not bad, but it's not fucking interesting. There's nothing exceptionally interesting about it. It's not bad. But
it's one of the most
interesting
pieces of music in electronic music, period.
This is one of the most... Dude, why is like every time some annoying criticism is going... It's some British guy... I don't know what it is. British people are just like the most pompous, annoying fucking people sometimes. Oh, this is one of the most groundbreaking pieces in experimental music.
It's released in 1999 and there's not a song
dude, like sounds like constipated and shit. Shut the fuck up.
That has come out that sounds like that.
Dude, having opinions is so cool when there's not some British guy in your fucking ear telling you that you're weird or it sucks.
Because of the way it was made. Like, people aren't even fully aware of how the fuck it was made.
There's no way you were still, like, recovering from a laugh that you're grinning while... This is, like, a forced, like... Like, it is not that funny. It is really not that funny. Okay.
Because he gatekeeps it. I don't understand how you could, like, listen to a lot of music, be a fan of a lot of music, and then think something like that is, like, not interesting or formulaic.
It's not interesting. It literally is not... You don't think that my favorite group's album cover is interesting? You don't like music. I don't know how you can like music. I don't know how you can enjoy music.
You don't listen to music, my bro, or you just are very limited in what you do listen
Why do I need to listen to the music to determine that the album cover is not that interesting?
to, which is fine, but like that, this is bad criticism.
But which
That's
one
not
is it? Like
that's
this
not
one?
criticism.
And then he-
That's personal preference.
Then he puts on the TikTok song of just like an ambient kind of weird like liminal Aphex Twin. shit.
Yeah, they always do this. It's like, that's the band's most popular song. Everybody knows that's shit. And then you go and listen to something else, and your opinion is exactly the same. And they're like, no, everyone knows that one. That one. And then you like keep going into it, and it's like, how niche do you want me to get? Do you want me to listen to like some voice memo that a person from the band like accidentally drunkenly recorded of themselves breathing in like 1990? Like it sucks. I don't like this. Personally, this doesn't align with my preferences, and I personally don't like it.
It's, pretty interesting. What year was that? 2001.
So then he talks about how 2001 for that ambient track is super crazy, even though Window Liquor was released in 1999 and is more boundary pushing.
But yeah, overall, I mean, how do I even rate that? It's just kind of like
how do I even
rate? Like 2 out of 10, probably. So
how do I even rate that? Learn how to rate something if you.
He's not learning. That's a That's like he's figuring it out. It's like, how do I go about saying this? Well, and then you go on explaining it. You're just basically emphasizing that, like, you have to think about it for a sec. That's rhetorical. That doesn't literally mean he has to learn how to rate something. It's a rhetorical. Have you, like, actually never heard that before?
Gotta fucking rate something, man. I'm crashing out. I can't hack it because, like, I feel like this guy, like, if I didn't know more about him,
It's like when somebody says, like, God, what is there to even say? It's like, this person is seriously learning how to try to speak. He doesn't know how to say something. It's like, no, that's rhetorical. Have you actually never heard that before? And you're like, he's not literally saying he doesn't know how to rate something. Because he then goes on to actually rate it, like immediately after that comment is made. 5 from Rena. Still mad you didn't know who Baby Lasagna is? They were second place Eurovision 2024. Citing Eurovision as like an example of who is and isn't popular. I don't fucking know anyone who's at Eurovision.
I think he's playing a
5 from Will. If you're a music streamer, you would think you would have more of an understanding of various music. I think that's what is... What like, this is just like a matter of personal preference, not like a lack of understanding.
Character because it's just so stupid. But yeah, I wanted to actually include that in because whenever I've spoken about him in the past, he always molds over like, where are the clips? There we go, bro. There we go. Liam makes a lot of money off these streams, and money will always affect perspective. That's why my perspective is perfect, because I'm fucking broke. I do respect the Twink grind set though. It's admirable, but the money needs to go on a hairdresser, Liam. Like, it's getting silly now. Ironic, I'm guessing, but the joke's not funny anymore. I do think he should continue to develop his knowledge and improve on the platform. And brother, don't take this personal, all right?
I could literally go study music theory in college and devote years of I could go travel around the world listening to everything from obscure Serbian rock groups to tribal music in the mountains of Mongolia or some shit, and come back after taking all these years to learn about music, and I would still think it's shit. I would still think there's nothing interesting about the group you like or the person you like. Because that's what music is, personal preference. I don't like learning isn't gonna make me all of a sudden like these sounds.
It used to make fucking
$2 from Call Me Bruh. YB better. Who's YB?
Great jokes on a regular basis. I'm sure you can take a little bit of criticism and some jokes on the fucking chin. Regardless of how Liam sees himself as a critic, he might.
If you're gonna do like extensive commentary on like the actual makeup of the song, right? Then you would need to learn about it. But I'm not going to like a song because I'm going to like it because I'm going to listen to it. And I like it. Because it's personal preference.
I don't think he's a critic at all, but he is criticizing music to a large audience, which will affect the perception of certain artists for certain people. Don't get me wrong, Liam is much better than the other
My taste can change, but my tastes don't change from like learning in music. That's not how my tastes change.
Although I will be honest, the blunt rotation with these three is probably a lot better than a one-on-one smoke session with the old Donovan, with the old Liam Donovan. Modern online tastemakers just do not
That wasn't funny.
have the knowledge or back.
You can like whatever you want, but if you want to critique, you need to understand it. It depends on what the criticism is. It depends on what the criticism is. So, like, if he actually is, like, critiquing composition, then yeah, you should understand the nature of music composition. If it's a critique of, the vocalist's voice just doesn't work here. It just, like, sounds really weird. No, you actually don't need to know anything to say that.
Round of reviewers in the past. It's so cooked that even I am the fucking problem. I listen to music on my streams and present my thoughts, and unless the music is actually fucking awful, I try to find positives for literally everything. And that's even if I don't like it. The perception that somebody has paid me to give my
It is so fucking easy to criticize. So somebody tell me what you like. Give me a song. Give me a song you like. Give me a song you like. What do you like? What is a song you like? Yeah, but to call Aphex Twin based on the most popular songs not interesting, it's not even saying it's bad. There's just nothing exceptional going on here. There's nothing that really sounds all that exceptional, which is true. Okay, but listening to more shit, well, he listens to viewer recommendations, so he does listen to more shit. He does expand outside his comfort zone. He's already doing that, if that's your criticism. Oh, I know who Joost Klein is. He's the guy who got kicked out of Eurovision. Filthy Dog. I listened to his shit. It just didn't sound good at all. Let's hear this.
Yeah, so man, I was in Berlin at the Spatey, and this German dude, he wanted to fight me. He called me names.
Are we serious right now?
He said all this German stuff. I don't know, he said something like, Du bist ein Schweinhund!
You are a pig dog. Interesting.
Hey man, sorry. I don't want to fight. I just want to have a real good night tonight.
Interesting. You know, it's not for me, man. It's not for me. I guess it's not for me. I can't it doesn't align with my personal preferences. If you're into like fucking club music or so, maybe I could see this like playing in some fucking club in some shit part of Europe. But yeah, it's just not for me, man. I do not love it. Do you not understand that the reason you think there's nothing exceptional is all electronic music copied him? Well, if he was the first, then I guess he's a pioneer. But, you know, we give the Wright brothers credit for their flying machine. But in the grand scheme of things, I would never actually get on a Wright brothers fucking plane. Like, ultimately, like, yeah, if he pioneered it, that's like a cool claim to fame, but that doesn't make me now want to go listen to the first version. See, there would need to be some context for it. No. If you're actually assessing, okay, if you're assessing like the history of it, then yeah, you would need context to the history of it. But if you're assessing it purely off of sound, then that's fair to say, yeah, there's nothing here that would be worth like seeking out or would pique interest in what you're listening to, right? If the history is interesting, then that's talking about the history of it. But once again, with the Wright brothers analysis, if I'm just giving critique on their actual flying machine from today, right? if I'm critiquing the machine itself, then I don't need to know they were like the first to do it unless I'm trying to talk about their value as people. And if their value as people is what's into question, then I do need to know that that was the first. But if I'm just doing a comparison relative to other machines, other sounds, and I'm just critiquing that machine, then no, the critiques of said machine are not going to be, the history of it is not going to be relevant unless I'm making comments on the Wright brothers themselves, how exceptional they were. When I understand that this is the first, which made the actual, its ability to perform limited, right? I can appreciate that they are pioneers. Tell us from Will Is Me, Mount Eden, Sierra Leone, peak electronic track. Sierra Leone made a song, dude? An entire country? Hold on. One sec. Where the fuck is going on here? Where's my... One sec. I'm pulling up the donos right now, you fucking idiot! That's what I'm trying to do! My fucking Repeater by... Okay, I'm not doing donuts for music recommendations, but since I didn't specify that, I'll listen to both of your songs. Alright, let's hear this. It's gonna be shit. The bass is cool. Sound is cool. The vocals ruin it. Ruined! It sounds like it legit sounds like you gave the mic to somebody having a stroke. You know what? It kind of works. You know what? It kind of works. It kind of works. Kind of works. All right. Last music thing, then we're moving on. What is this, dude? I remember somebody fucking donated to Liam. They wanted him to listen to the entire fucking Wizard of Oz soundtrack. And he's like sitting there, it's like somewhere over the rainbow, like. Hold on. I've heard this in the radio of some Uber driver's car.
I've learned to lose, I've learned to win. I turn my face against the wind. I will move fast, I will move slow. Take me where I have to go. I've learned to lose, I've learned to win. I turn my face against the wind. I will move fast,
I could see this maybe being something I add to my playlist when I was in my electronic phase. But like, yeah, I don't know. Finally going full lyrics. No, I just said that was the last one. Now I'm done. Patrick with the 2. Your streams help me sleep better. Thank you, Aiden. Thank you so much, dude. Your chats do the same for me. Oh wait, that's the wrong song? Okay, apparently I just listened to the wrong song. I've heard this. I've heard this. I've heard this. Yeah, it's cool. It's just not, doesn't allow my taste anymore. Anyways, cool stuff. Well, you see, yeah, it's like some like montage, like early 2000s type, 2010s like montage music. I mean, it's like fine. It's just not anything I'd listen to now. All right. Well, with that being said, listen, people are recommending Dioria stuff. I appreciate people coming to my defense. I have an unofficial truce. Okay, I have an unofficial truce. So I'm going to be, you know, I think there were some misunderstandings. So I'm going to refrain from that. Unless I don't sweep for anyone. So if Dioria is like doing something new, that's like egregious, I will cover it. But I have no like exceptional interest in him right now. Also the wrong one. This is literally called Sierra Leone by Mount Eden. Aiden, I am bored. What do you want me to do? You know what, guys? I'm gonna start juggling. I'm just gonna start fucking juggling. Should I just do that? Alright, we've got some Dr. Umar shit inbound. So for those of you that don't know, Dr. Umar is a speaker in the black community, I guess. He has some like pretty fringe takes on certain things. Like he doesn't believe in like interracial marriage or dating. He's like against like fucking I don't think he likes gay people like hooking up. It seems like in an effort to promote to embetter the black community, he has like some takes that are pretty backwards in nature. And it seems like he's like unironically, it seems like his takes are like in line with like almost like pro-segregationists. Like, I mean, I know he like idolizes Marcus Garvey, but wasn't Marcus Garvey's like Marcus Garvey was like a Jamaican black rights activist, if I remember correctly. But like, wasn't Marcus Garvey's ultimate opinion that black people should go back to Africa? And he started actually like aligning with and working with like, I'm pretty sure at one point the KKK, right? Like he went like so in favor of embettering like black people in the face of discrimination that he ultimately just outright became a segregationist. Interesting. But anyways, Dr. Umar, this is the thing, right? In for various reasons, many black communities in America, I've explained this before, the social and economic factors that led to the rise of things like gangs and how like early exposure to violence can desensitize you to it and make you a higher risk of perpetrating it yourself. But also there are like a lack of funds in certain black communities for schools, and ultimately the quality of education, the quality of public education for a black person in America is going to be far less than that of a white person for various reasons I could go into the history of. But Dr. Umar had an idea to basically make a quality all black school, and a lot of people are on board with this idea. A lot of people would be, right, if your school and your community is like absolute shit, and you feel like it's not like it's like built around like white education as opposed to an education tailored to black people. But like he's advocating for an all black school, and he's getting money, and this school has supposedly now been opening like for 5 years. Like I don't think that I think this is just like a giant fucking, like it's a giant scam ultimately. I don't know. Hold on.
Donations. Donations.
He's funny as fuck sometimes, I gotta be honest. And he's a great speaker, so I can understand, like, why like a black person who is, like, discontent about their circumstances and feels like there's nobody advocating for their interests or needs, because many times there isn't, would be, like, very, fall under the spell of somebody like Dr. Umar. But based on what I know about the school, it seems like he utilized that to just, like, take money from his own people.
Donations. Donations. One of the hardest things about being black in America is having to deal with the black consciousness community. Because I swear these dudes cause more damage than the Klan. At least with the Klan, I know what the deal is as soon as I see the fit. A cross is getting set on fire.
But I agree with Dr. Umar. Donations. Donations. Donations.
A noose is getting whipped out, or Kanye is about to drop a new album. The pro-blacks are a different type of problematic. They aren't as straightforward. They get in your ear and then, like demoralization agents, start breaking you down. Everything you learned in school is a lie, brother. You don't have any real agency, brother. The Bible is an instrument to control the Negro, brother. The white man controls everything, brother. There's a school-to-prison pipeline and all your kids are gonna get locked up, brother. Did you know your ancestors got that pussy blown out by the white man, brother? And then it always ends with them either trying to sell you something or asking for a Cash App donation. This is one of the great woes of being a brother in the United States, constantly dealing with these wannabe Afro messiahs who try to hustle black liberation for a quick buck. These fools never
It's
produce.
sad. You have a lot of people that are rightfully discontent and don't receive adequate representation, and people come to appease that role and say all the things they're thinking and make promises. And you see this in every community, but on this issue in particular. And as a result of that, they just fucking grift and run away with your money. And it's sad because these people are looking to you for hope.
Anything of value, but that don't stop these guys from faking the funk. In the links to which
5 from Chris. Aiden, you could learn a thing or two from Soul.
this particular pro-black wannabe Afro messiah activist has gone in the past 2 decades to take $1 from gullible marks who thought they were funding a positive change in the community is one of the most egregious I've ever seen. So I'm gonna give you a timeline across 15 years of a...
And I've talked about this before. A lot of like these people are part of like black identity movements where it's like you see this with there are like movements that claim that black people were Moors, movements that claim that black people were Israelites, movements that claim that black people were various things, and that there's this big lie that's been sold or whatever. And I think that people like to use this to mock black people, but I think that first of all, these movements are fringe, but second of all, I think that it's sad because it ultimately comes down to slavery, right? Like I know it's like the meme, like, oh, you just like explain everything with slavery, but you had people from various parts of Africa, even within the borders that comprise modern African countries today, you've like 200 languages, like all these different tribes, et cetera, et cetera. You have people that came from various parts of Africa, of West Africa, that were sent into slavery, thrown in with other people from other places that didn't even necessarily speak the same language or come from the same heritage. And through generations of this, you end up with people who have no idea where they came from. There's like it seems like everyone has a history to be proud of. Oh, I'm German American, I'm English American, I'm this, I'm that. But like if you're black, you can't go and say like, oh yeah, like my ancestors came from like the Kingdom of the Congo or something, right? Because that history was stripped from them. That history was taken from them. And as a result of this, to appease cognitive dissonance, identities are invented. Identities are invented, and it's sad. It's sad.
Scam artists who took money to open a school that will never be open. Let's take a little look at brother Dr. Umar Johnson.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Umar Johnson, and I am a school psychologist and doctor of clinical psychology.
Umar is one of those super charismatic confidence trickster.
He's a good speaker. He's a very good speaker.
Type grifters. In another timeline, he could have been a televangelist or mega.
Dr. Umar would be the perfect type of person to lead a cult.
church preacher pimping
He's very persuasive. He's a great speaker.
out Jesus for that greenery. But the path he went down was that of a
He talks in a way where it's like, you know, if I was black, there would be like assurance, like this guy does know what's best for us. This guy, like he talks with like such authority, and so he's very persuasive.
pro-black activist, a pan-African pro-black activist. In fact, he's not just a pan-Africanist, he is, according to himself, the prince of pan-Africanism.
Peace and love, black family. This is the Prince of Pan-Africanism, Dr. Umar Johnson.
Which basically means that instead of pimping out Jesus, he's pimping out Hotepism. Now, Umar's been in this pro-black activist game for years.
Also, like, Pan-Africanism is, I don't know how you'd ever achieve that. Africa's not a monolith, right? You have, like, there are different religions, different, within that there are different tribes, different societies, different governments with conflicting interests, etc., etc. There are tons of African countries that can't even unify amongst themselves, that are in constant civil war. So I don't know, like, where this idea of this one unified, like, Pan-African state, how that's ever going to be achieved. It seems totally non-pragmatic. I think if I were him, obviously, like, I would be working towards, like, making the states that exist work. And it's sad because you have countries, this is a good one to talk about. Equatorial Guinea, like, has the potential to be, like, one of the most developed countries in Africa. But they have I don't know what it is, but, like, it just seems like the most, like, evil and corrupt people take charge of African countries. And you have this, like, dictator who he overthrew his uncle, who was even a worse dictator. And he literally just takes all of their oil money for himself. It's like his son, like, it's like lives in, like, a flat in Paris and shops for all these nice clothes. And people the discrepant, I think it's one of the countries with, like, the worst wealth inequality on earth. I watched 60 Minutes at a program about this, where, like, they have the money, they have the potential because they have oil to be actually, like, quite wealthy, but all the wealth goes to a single man.
His shenanigans span a good 2 decades, but this isn't a full-on documentary. We're just here to examine the crown jewel of Umar's Hotep hustling history. One of the longest running grifts I've ever seen an internet charlatan get away with for so long. That is Umar's eternal fundraiser for the Franklin Douglas Marcus Garvey Academy. What makes the FDMG Academy grift so fascinating is how transparent of a grift it is. Now, this might cause...
Weren't Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey, like, pretty, I mean, conflicted in what they believed?
A lot.
$2 from G's. Aiden, I believe you mean Papua New Guinea. No, I'm talking about Equatorial Guinea. There are 3 Guineas. Papua New Guinea is is north of Australia. It's in, I'm pretty sure it falls within Asia or Micronesia or whatever it's, but it shares a border with Indonesia. The island is split. But no, I'm talking about Equatorial Guinea, which is a Spanish-speaking... People don't realize this. There is a Hispanic Africa. Equatorial Guinea is a Spanish-speaking country in Africa. It's relatively tiny. I'm not talking about Papua New Guinea. There's also Guinea-Bissau, and then I think there's just 3 Guineas, right? No, I think there's 4, maybe. Isn't there a country that's literally just Guinea? You have, yeah, there's 4. There's 4, I think. You have Guinea-Bissau, Guinea, Equatorial Guinea, Papua New Guinea. There's 4 Guineas.
You to ask, but Mikey, why are there still people sending Dr. Umar cash?
Chris with the 5. Aiden, why are you watching this? I've already seen this video. So true, man.
Chaps and money over the mail then. Well, part of it is Umar's almost cult leader tier charisma, and another part is sunk cost fallacy. Because this is a scheme that's been going on for...
Yes, Cal, we already figured out what those 4 countries were.
15 years. Now, the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy itself was supposed to be Umar living up to the saying, be the change you want to see in the world. We're done relying on the white man and his racist cracker institution. We'll build our own schools, especially curated for young black minds, staffed with all black teachers and with a curriculum designed from the ground up to cultivate black excellence.
Included with this Facebook post was an image of the aerial view of the 500-acre FDMG campus compound.
Wait, the building is going to be shaped like Africa?
The 500-acre compound included a security booth, a campus security center, a welcome center, 7 massive dormitory buildings, including visitor rooms, an elementary school, a middle school, a marine science building, a science and technology building, a hospital, a health center, an
Oh, it's going to be multiple buildings.
engineering and architectural building, a zoo, farmland area.
Okay, let's be serious, dude. There's like, pragmatism is completely abandoned. You're like building a fucking city, bro. It's gonna be this entire multiple build. Why don't you focus on getting one build? You're not funding this just off donations. This is like what Akon is like trying to build, like some like futuristic city in Angola or something. And it's like he was also like relying on just donations to. This was on Akon City, Senegal, not Angola, Senegal. This was literally Akon. This is the plans, okay? These are the plans that Akon, he's actually getting donations for this. I don't know, why don't you use those donations to like do something pragmatic for Senegal? Like, I don't know, like build adequate infrastructure in existing cities. It's like, why don't you break it into like reasonable portions that you know you can actually finish instead of like promising this like utopia.
Agricultural building, animal study building, farming equipment building, special arts building, a store, a culinary arts building, a business center and union building, a track and field facility, a baseball stadium, a political government building, an aviation and NASA building, a military
An aviation and NASA building, an air traffic control tower. I'm so you're not building a school anymore, bro. You're trying to build a fucking city. Where was this gonna be? Where was this school gonna be? It was in Delaware? What are we doing here?
an air traffic control tower, 2 aircraft bays, an airport
Aircraft bay?
runway, a man-made river shaped like Africa
A man-made river, dude. Are we serious?
surrounding the
I thought you just want to like build like this one building in the shape of Africa. This guy's building like he wants to build this like fucking compound. It's like gonna be like a town.
500-acre campus compound and much, much more.
So yeah, Umar was basically going to build Black Hogwarts. He was going to be the headmaster of Black Hogwarts that was going to mass produce young Black Pan-African Ubermenschen. And this Black Hogwarts plan went into action on January 6, 2010, when Dr. Umar made this post on Facebook. Promises in 2010 to begin laying the groundwork for the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Pan-African School for Black Boys, specializing in learning disabilities and disruptive behavior disorders. This will be a
And yes, this will be a private school, and yes, you will pay in order for your son to attend. Wait, so who is the... You understand, like, a big problem with Black education, or education in Black communities in the United States is, like, a lack of access to resources and money, especially for the families. That, like, if these families could just go and send their kids to private school rather than the shit fucking public, they would. So this school is going to be... It's not even going to solve the problem for people who have it. It's just going to be like, is it just going to be for like rich Black people?
private school, and yes, you will pay in order for your son to attend. Grand opening, September 11th.
5 from Chris. Aiden, how much do a salmon shirt? Okay.
2013. This is chess, not checkers. Well, apparently Umar didn't know how to play chess or checkers, because when September of 2013 came around, there was no school, no building, not even a site where one...
We know. Aiden, I personally know something, so I'm going to assume everyone else does, and you're not allowed to say it as a result of that.
Would hypothetically be built. Literally no groundwork had been completed. This would be the first of many missed deadlines in the FDN.
Sorry, I'm just going to tailor what I say, what my raw reaction is, based on what you personally already know or don't know. That's going to be that's a great idea, man.
saga. It would also be the first of many times Umar exploited legal gray zones to be able to keep the money after the fundraiser was over because Umar wasn't giving anyone any refunds. He could get away with this because the money he received were donations, so he wasn't legally obligated to give them back after failing to purchase or even start building a school. If the FDMG mission was a registered charity, well then maybe you could get a state attorney general involved. But it wasn't. Not in 2013. That was just Umar's money now. Apparently nobody was that bothered about where all the money went because it didn't go to anything related to a school. Regardless, the optics of starting another fundraiser didn't bother Umar one bit because he went straight into a new one in a mission to purchase a location.
He said fundraiser.
In Virginia. This was the ambitious fundraising drive to purchase the defunct St. Paul's College in Lawrenceville, Virginia, a 135-acre HBCU campus that had closed the year prior. In June 2014, Umar said he had until August 21st to raise $5 million in order to buy or refurbish St. Paul's 35 buildings for FDNG Academy.
Make your donation, tell your family, tell your
You're not getting $5 million.
church, tell your mosque, tell your fraternity, your sorority, your Masonic lodge, your community-based organization, everybody you know, all your friends, all your family, that Dr. Umar Johnson is trying to acquire the St. Paul's.
I'm calling Grandma. Grandma, Dr. Umar is trying to acquire the St. Paul's
historically black college for the purpose of transforming it into the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy for African Boys.
Now, it's worth keeping in mind that on GoFundMe, the money was...
Of course that's not enough. For everything he's promising, he's gonna need tens of millions.
all going to an account under Umar's control, not a separate FDNG legal entity. Umar hadn't and would never establish a proper independent board of directors, a segregated bank account, or any transparent governance structure to ensure the funds were used solely for the school. Instead, it just all went into his bank account. He also never publicly accounted for the total, so we don't know exactly how much he brought in, period. All this obfuscation means that a lot of questions you might ask, like how much had been raised, where exactly is the money all being held, is there not a board or trust overseeing the funds, would never get answered. Anyway, by August, the $5 million goal wasn't met and the St. Paul's auction fell through. Umar's response was to shrug off another fundraising failure, saying he would just find another property. And this is where the pattern was officially formed. Umar makes a big promise and begs for money. Umar gets those donations coming in. Umar falls short of his fundraising goal. Umar shifts the goalpost to
And it's sad too, because he's getting money from, like, all the money that he takes, if given to already like a pre-established school, etc., it could probably do like a lot. It could improve, like, people want the best for their community. They're giving money to this like utopian promise that's just like bringing wealth to an individual. Like, even if it was a few thousand for some schools, that would do wonders. There are some schools that are literally so poor they can't even fix like fucking like leaks and mold in the gym. Like, for a few thousand, you could do a lot.
New goal, all while Umar fails to disclose exactly how much money he fundraised in the previous one.
Now, I need the money from the church. I need the money. I need this money. And you know, when he did that campaign, he put a date on it. I need the money. I have a school that I'm going to get. I need the money by 30 days.
He needs $5 million in 30 days? Yeah, and I want to be the fucking king.
Money by 30 days. If I don't get the money in 30 days, I'm going to lose the school. I need this amount of money in 30 days. So people are hurrying up, donating the money. They're like, okay, damn, we put a whole bunch of money down. Damn, man. The cracker saw that I got all that money and the cracker took it away. The cracker took the school away right when I got the money. See, the cracker's after me. See, the cracker don't want me to have it. They don't want our boys to have a school. They don't want our girls to learn. The crackers don't want...
AIDS Gang Academy. So true. Dude, I'm starting a university. Give me your money right now. And I will start a university. Okay? For I don't even know who it's for. I actually don't know who it's for.
On our community to rise. When he started doing that, I said, okay, the scam is on.
No, dude, that's Tariq Nasheed. He's responsible for Academy Award-winning films such as Buck Breaking.
During the period between 2015 to 2018, Umar wouldn't do shit. Straight up didn't do nothing for a good 3 years straight. Hold up, that's not completely true. In 2015, he got caught doing a stripper who exposed him.
Umar's done, okay? Umar's just washed up. He's never gonna be Marcus Garvey or Malcolm X. You know, he was never going to be, regardless of...
Hold on. Even Malcolm X had, you know, imperfect parts about his past. Wasn't Malcolm X, like, I'm pretty sure he was, like, essentially, like, at one point, much earlier than his, he was, like, essentially pimping people out. Like, much, like, early on in his life. Obviously, like, that didn't stop him from becoming a civil rights icon. But this isn't the end for Dr. Umar. Let's give the guy a chance.
Of what happened. Nobody even had to bring any information up on Umar. Umar, he was going to reveal himself anyway.
What made this so spicy was that Brother Umar was always talking about the dignity of black women and how they should conduct themselves in a certain way. And here he was messing with a sister who was a stripper. Also, she was a single mom. And that's a thing that Umar really has a thing for. He really loves him some single mothers. He loves them so much that he's produced at least 3 that we know of. That wasn't the only time he got exposed during this period either. Because in 2017, Umar's rep took an even bigger hit when the Pennsylvania State Board of Psychology hauled him into a hearing over practicing without a license. Now, not to slander the good doctor's name, he has a degree. But just because you have a degree and are a doctor of psychology doesn't automatically make you a psychologist. You gotta have a valid active state license to practice too. And there are no records from the Pennsylvania Board of Psychology.
I mean, would you still be called a psychologist if you've had the degree, you've practiced at one point, you just haven't renewed it? Like, wouldn't that only matter if you're, like, practicing clinical psychology? Just to be fair to Dr. Umar here, would you still be able to call yourself one? I guess you would technically say I was a psychologist.
Psychology that show that Umar has ever had an active license. There's no evidence
Oh, shit! Okay, apparently he's never had an active... Okay, that's worse.
Umar has ever had a license in any state. So he's literally not a psychologist. Not in a professional or legal sense. That doctor in front of his name, mostly for show. It's a whole lot easier to grift niggas.
Has he gotten his doctor? Did he get a PhD?
Into donating and single black mothers into letting you clap some cheeks when they think you're some kind of professional. Now, despite literally not being a psychologist, Umar still calls himself a child psychologist and has diagnosed several black children. He's also been paid to do this. Getting people to pay you to evaluate and diagnose their children as a psychologist when you don't have a clinical license is fraud. And Umar's fraud allegations were really starting to spread around black social media and black conscious circles during this period. They started calling Umar out for his never-ending fundraisers. Some were even calling it a straight-up scam.
Johnson has repeatedly claimed to have a familial connection with Frederick Douglass, often claiming to be a blood relative of the 19th century abolitionist civil rights leader. Apparently that's not true. Okay, apparently he did obtain a doctorate in psychology.
I turned down 80% of the lectures that's offered me. I run businesses. I got other sources of income. Umar, you're a traveling fucking preacher. That's your only source of income, going around the country scamming motherfuckers. That's your only source of income.
True? Tariq Nasheed W?
Nigga, that's why you were broadcasting from hotels all the time. Not like you're doing something fly, nigga. That's your only source of income. You're a traveling minister, and all you're doing is just telling people about the building fund that never gets built. Ain't no school happening. It don't take 3 years to get a fucking school, and you got within $500,000 fucking dollars. It don't take that long to get a school. There's a million things you could have done to get a school. This nigga's been coming up with every excuse on the planet. Well, my bank. What happened?
That instead of like building a new school, like, I could see like any amount of money he's gotten, it could literally do wonders for pre-existing schools in disadvantaged black communities. Like, I don't understand, like, if even if he came into it believing he could do it and he couldn't, right? Like, even though you should now be giving refunds, even if you're not giving refunds, that money could like go to something else that's good. That money could do wonders for struggling schools.
The cracker's trying to get my bank, and they're trying to put liens on me, because that's what the cracker do. They trying to see what I'm doing for the boys.
Now, why not go around the country to disadvantaged schools and black communities, like document the problems with those schools, and then get donations that go to those schools? That could do great things. I could do great things.
Fuck Umar, he's a big fat bitch, lying ass nigga. Ain't no school, family.
And how could they not when there have been no independent audits of the donations provided? Umar hadn't shared any financial details, and all while there hadn't been a single bit of progress since he announced the campaign in 2010. He hadn't even established a tax-exempt entity for the school until years into fundraising. And it's not because he just forgot. Nobody starts a giant fundraising campaign to build a school and just forgets to set up a 501c3. Umar never did it because it gave him the ability to keep how much money he was getting a secret, letting him do whatever he wanted with that money without another party holding him accountable. If a board was overseeing his actions or if the IRS was flipping through a report he submitted, they would start noticing how much of that donor money for school wasn't actually going towards his school. As 2019 was drawing near, Umar could feel his grift treasure fleet sinking into the sea, so he was going to have to act quick to keep it afloat. He had to do something that would at least maintain the illusion of progress. So in late 2018, Umar finally made the move to purchase a campus. By February of 2019, Umar was able to announce that the Frederick Douglass Market...
Yeah, and then I saw a video where he's like walking through this like gutted building. He's like, we have a school. We have a school. We have a school or some shit like that. I saw the video.
His Garvey Academy project.
I've been like subtly following this story.
Hit its next major milestone after he secured an abandoned charter school complex.
The entire African world will come here on a regular basis to help us organize and strategize.
Are we serious?
And mobilize our people for the Pan-African resurrection that our ancestors crave and deserve. All roads in the African world, all 7 continents and the hundreds of countries, all roads will lead to the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy. Wilmington, Delaware, I hope you're ready. Everywhere from Dover to Newcastle to Wilmington and points beyond, get ready, because we are about to become the living example.
The entire African world is gonna be converging on this like gutted, abandoned school building. So true, man.
Of what a black community is supposed to be.
600 square feet combined across 2 acres in Wilmington, Delaware for only $400,000. Now, some of you might hear that price and ask, Mikey, $400,000 for all that is basically a steal. How could Umar have gotten a property like that for so cheap? Oh, that's easy. It's because it's trash. Umar basically spent almost $500,000 on an oversized garbage heap. If you've watched a previous video of mine about a guy named John Finley, a crazy white man from Utah who bought a warehouse complex for dirt cheap in one of the worst cities in America, Pine Bluff, Arkansas, you should already know that super cheap properties come with a bunch of miscellaneous headaches that keep the rent low. For starters, the city of Wilmington itself is a giant red flag. Back in 2017, Wilmington was ranked not only the most dangerous city in the state of Delaware, but the 5th most dangerous city in all of America. Now, has the crime gotten better since then? No, not really.
Imagine what an existing public school in Wilmington could do with $400,000. Like,
2021, Wilmington had a homicide rate of 45 per 100K residents. Want to guess how much higher the property crime rate in Wilmington is? 3,637 per 100K residents. Umar bought a school in the only city in Delaware that has a murder rate 6 to 7 times higher than the rest of the state and a property crime rate that's 13 times.
Yeah, this is going to be a great place to like send your kids to.
Higher. And this is the environment he was supposedly going to cultivate the next generation of great black minds in. Now that's ugly enough on its own, but the FDMG property itself was an equally bad problem. The school's condition when Umar bought it was catastrophic. Hadn't been used or even maintained for years and had deteriorated substantially. We're talking water damage, mold and asbestos, broken HVAC, destroyed ceilings, outdated plumbing, outdated wiring, copper stolen out of the walls, plumbing, and at least one building had fire code violations flagged in past inspections. The total cost for rehabilitating Umar's Pan-African Hogwarts just to meet code alone would land at around $2 million if you really wanted to be frugal, all the way up to approximately $5 million. Oh, and the cherry on top? Within like a mile and a half of the school, we're talking a 20 to 25 minute walk, is a level 5 maximum security prison. So yeah, Umar basically got the property for cheap.
Are we serious, bro?
The property was a catastrophe of health hazards, code violations, and exhaustive future renovation costs and fines that the city of Wilmington just really wanted off the books. But hey, a school is a school. With enough effort and money committed, Umar could have this in a decent enough shape and ready for fresh young minds in just a few years. But Umar wasn't trying to wait that long.
Brothers and sisters, we did it. Y'all did it. 4.5 years, we finally got us a campus. We didn't get St. Paul's, but we still got us a nice, beautiful campus. Get that spray paint off, get inside, get that electric, that water, that HVAC, get them classrooms set up. Got a little park for the babies. Who ready for that grand opening? We need y'all to donate. Make sure you send your checks and money orders in. Make sure you send your checks and money orders in, brothers and sisters. We're trying to have this campus ready for August the 21st, quadricentennial, to celebrate our ancestors.
Nah, he announced the grand opening for FDMG for that school year in August 21st of 2019, which happened to coincide with Umar's birthday, because Umar's got a bit of a big head, literally and figuratively, that makes him want to make everything about himself. Not that it fucking mattered, because the school didn't open in August of 2019, because duh, nigga. This should have been obvious to anyone who knew just how far behind Umar was in basically doing anything with this school. Never mind that all the rehabbing alone would have taken a lot more money and way more time than just a few months. FDMG still didn't have any staff, didn't have a curriculum, didn't have occupancy permits, and it wasn't accredited or even had a license to operate as a
you
school.
haven't reminded people, chat, to send their checks and money orders in? Okay, true. This is what I have to remind chat to do. So true. Hold on.
In August of 2019, because duh, nigga.
Donations. 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 Donations.
True. I agree, Dr. Umar. I agree with this message.
This dude didn't have anything close to ready. FDMG was so far away from being operational that for Umar to have announced that it was going to be open in only 6 months, he either had to be the most optimistic nigga in Delaware, like to the point of being straight up Delulu, or he was just lying and never had any intention of opening up the school in that time frame. And as genuinely delusional as Umar can get, anyone who's familiar with his game knows what the real answer is. See, the thing about the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy buildings, or as Umar Johnson's top op, Lennon Honor likes to call them, these trap bandos, is that they mainly exist as sales props. A brick and mortar location that Umar could take pics of or do live streams in front of and say, hey look, I'm not a fraud.
To make it look like he's actually going somewhere with this, to incentivize more people to donate. And it's just going to be a project that's infinitely being developed that he can't just wave up the flag on and say this isn't gonna happen.
I'm not a scam artist.
I would like imagine if he just like turned around and said like, I genuinely wanted what was best for our community, but I realized that I was far too hopeful and set the goal way too high when it should have been something more reasonable. We should work up to something in steps, not a giant leap. And I apologize for that, and then refunded the donations. Like I that would be salvageable at that point, right?
I got the school right here. Just give Papa a few more months and donations, and we'll have this thing up and popping. Umar Johnson might be a grifter, a schemer, and a pathological liar, but he's not stupid. He knew when he first looked at this place that he wasn't going to open this hole in a year, or even in a couple years. But the pro-blacks he was grifting off of didn't know that. At least they didn't know it yet. And in the time it took
5 from Call God. You're a funny little guy. Thank you so much, buddy. Much appreciated.
for the obvious to dawn on him, Umar could grease them palms and keep getting them checks, PayPal donations, and cash apps. And that's essentially all this FDMG scam is. This charter school complex so run down and shitty that the city of Wilmington basically gave it away was just a $400,000 marketing scheme Umar invested in to keep his grift from dying. And honestly, even saying he invested in it isn't right, because again, Umar bought the school with donor money, not his money, because he doesn't have a real job. This nigga literally begs for donor money so he can reinvest it back into the grift so he can beg for more donor money. That was the new meta that Umar had established, and he would use it liberally for the next half decade. From late 2019 to 2020, Umar would really live up to his Prince of Panhandling sobriquet. He needed to get these buildings up to code so he could secure a state license to even be able to operate as a school. He needed new HVAC systems, plumbing, electrical wiring, and mold and asbestos removed. Now, as we covered earlier, that would cost Umar a lot of money. And despite getting free money for a decade at that point, Umar was surprisingly miserly. At least he was when it came to spending the money on shit people who donated expected him to spend it on. He didn't want to hire any large professional crews. Nah, he leaned on the community, begging for skilled black volunteers to work on the campus. Pro bono.
I wish a brother would just hit me up who does this kind of work and say, hey, I got you. You know, just pay for the materials, Doc. We're gonna do the labor on the strength of black boys.
This call of Umar's went largely unanswered.
I mean, to even raise $400,000, that's a lot. Like, that's significant as fuck. Like, you could actually do something really good with that that's achievable. But you set this, like, goal that you know you can achieve. Like, I don't understand, like, why someone who genuinely has his community's best interests in mind couldn't turn around and do something reasonable that does actual good with that pretty significant amount of money. That wouldn't be like a small feat. But I mean, well, the answer is kind of obvious. Like, it does seem like this guy is just trying to enrich himself.
Unsurprisingly,
Bye from Rena, donating to Aiden's school for future brilliant Minecraft players. True. Thank you so much.
Don't want to work for free. Umar, who hasn't worked a real job since Obama's first term and lives off digital welfare, can't understand why these coons who will work all day every day for the white man won't lift a finger for a brother trying to build up the community. The idea that's because the brother expects him to work for free while the white man actually writes him a check just doesn't cross Umar's mind. The lack of any handyman lending a school a hand was both a negative and a positive for Umar, because while it meant almost nothing got fixed, Umar could use the dilapidated state of the school to
make people think it's actually going to get somewhere.
Exactly how much he had e-bagged so far was still up in the air. Umar did finally obtain official 501c3.
Dr. Umar's school is an asymptote. It's gonna, new rooms will get painted, new chairs will be bought and renovated, etc. But you're never actually gonna get an open school. It's always gonna get closer, but it's never gonna get to being a functional school.
Free nonprofit status for the FDMG Academy. He didn't do this for transparency, obviously. He did it so that the donations were now tax deductible. Can't let the cracker oppressor-run government get any of this Pan-African money. Now, this did mean that Umar finally had to file some basic financial disclosures. The first of which was an IRS 990 form that showed FDMG holding a little over $518K in assets. Basically just a Delaware property and some leftover cash, which was a little on the low side from what a lot of people would have expected, but there were no real details provided. There was also no external audits or oversight mechanisms instituted aside from this. No government agency ever intervened to verify the legitimacy of Umar's Black Hogwarts project. Regardless, Umar kept it pushing, kept the donation train running with all sorts of distractions. He gave tours of the school, even though his shantytown-ass buildings were unsafe as fuck to walk through. He got black folk, usually women, together to do free labor for him in and around the school like yard work or painting. This shameless bum-ass nigga Umar Johnson had somebody's grandma painting for him for free in his moldy building.
This is a grown man, by the way. Like, you mean to tell me that he can't paint? Anyone could learn how to paint. It's like relatively easy. I painted a fence for somebody. I didn't know how to paint. I learned in like a fucking day. Like, why does he need other people? Like, if you're that desperate, you're needing to ask people for free labor, you could be getting up there painting with them.
With no working AC. In 2021, bro even started hosting block parties at FDMG. Like, the school itself is still nowhere close to being open, but here this dude was throwing
that's a great use of resources.
Annual FDMG family festival outside it. The name of the event was a lie too, by the way. Umar wasn't able to hold these festivals every year. Even that was too much of a commitment for him. But despite all his best efforts to keep up appearances, the relentlessness of his begging and the complete lack of any progress with the school was starting to catch up to him. Shit got critical when Lennon Honor released an in-depth shockumentary where he dissected Umar's BS piece by piece. The most damning out of all of Lennon's research for me is how he broke down what Umar's alleged he's received in donations over the years and came to the conclusion that the math just ain't mathing. And Umar was lying and received way more money than he's been claiming. That he had broken the 7-figure mark on donations a while ago, actually.
Despite collecting over $1 million in donations for a non-existent school and without gainful employment, Umar Johnson has become nothing more than a homeless cyberbum, a virtual vagrant, a digital destitute. The irony is that Umar Johnson's school scam has been in effect for over 10 years now, and the scam itself has become a ball and chain that shackles Umar Johnson to the fantasies that he continues to echo in his own shattered psyche.
Despite this, Umar would just keep begging, blaming his lack of progress on the community for not doing more. More, of course, being giving Umar even more money.
True. It's your fault.
If you would just sacrifice your Christmas money, you do a Christmas boycott. Whatever you was going to spend on Christmas gifts.
It's actually your fault that we have no topics today, so you should give me more money.
You want to put it in a bank account, and we're going to build a black school for our kids. We ain't got to touch your New Year's money. We ain't got to touch your 4th of July money. We ain't got to touch your birthday money. All we got to touch is your Christmas money.
These lazy Negroes out here spending money on Christmas gifts when they could be giving that money to me to spend on these trap bandos I bought in one of the most violent cities in America. So we get to 2022, and the school still isn't open despite Umar saying the opening's just around the corner. At this point, people besides the usual Umar critics are starting to scrutinize Umar's narrative.
Didn't he say that like 6 years ago?
Well, in early 2023, he would finally set a public target opening date for September 3rd, 2024. He was finally gonna flex on those broke YouTubians, those self-hating coons, and those negative Negroes who didn't believe in the dream and kept doubting that FDMG would ever open its door. The school didn't open in September 2024. Wasn't even functional. Damn near in the exact same...
And we're getting close to Umar's school develop. This is gonna be nearly 2 decades. We're getting close. It's going to be right around the corner. This idea, keep in mind, was proposed in 2010. It's going to be 2026 in a month.
Edition is when Umar bought it 5 years ago. I know I'm basically fast forwarding through the timeline, but after a certain point, it was just the same thing over and over and over again. Umar says the school is going to open. He e-begs. He gets the money. School doesn't open. Rinse and repeat. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expect...
Yo, thank you for the $1. Big Aaron. A pile of poop with a face. Xylee reference?
In a different result. The niggas who still support Umar's lying, scamming, grifting ass in 2024 are insane. Fortunately, the number's been waning. You can only say FDMG is coming next year so many years in a row. And by 2025, Umar knew it. He knew the grift was on borrowed time, which is why he's been going to more...
Don't make promises you know you can't fucking keep.
Desperate measures to resuscitate.
Even if he had good intention, even if his intentions were good, which at this point I doubt they were, you never, when it's other people's money is on the line, you never make promises you know you can't keep. That's just like a fucking recipe for disaster.
Like a recent event in June of this year about how his campus had been vandalized in a break-in. Apparently some YNs broke...
You start with what's reasonable, and if the money exceeds your expectations, you then deliver a product that exceeds expectations, right? You don't promise some unbelievable result before you have the money.
In, smashed the windows, and destroyed a 5,000-book personal library collection Umar had amassed for the school. They also stole several cultural artifacts and school supplies. These malicious actors caused Umar to delay the opening of his school once again.
Wow, I'm sure they're real.
And sisters, as we start a new year, vandalism has began again at the Frederick Douglass High School. We haven't had anybody vandalizing the school for several years now. We do have cameras. I'm going to go through the cameras and find out who it is, and I will make a police report.
Man, this dude really thinks everybody is retarded. Maybe the people who still support him, but most of us can put 2 and 2 together, Umar. Even if we go along with this idea that some random hoodlums ransacked your trashy school for loot, the idea that there's anything of worth in that bitch is preposterous. You can't vandalize some shit that's already run down and busted, nigga. This was just sympathy bait to get more donations and give him an excuse to delay the school's opening again. The long con would continue indefinitely. Or maybe not, because something very tragic has happened to Umar. Nothing to do with his school, but with his bank account.
Peace and Pan-Africanism, peace and Pan-Africanism. I need y'all to listen up. I got a very important announcement. I'm only going to keep you a few minutes. This morning, I received a text message from one of my homies. He needed Dr. Umar to send him a couple dollars. I logged into my account just to check my balance because I haven't done so since I left for South Africa back on July 10th. Only to discover that I could not log into my account.
What is this, a mixture? Is that the flag of... Is that Ethiopia mixed with China? Okay.
So then I called the bank to find out what was going on. They told me they had no record of my account. They had no record of my account. The bank that I've been with since I was a teenager told me they had no record of my account. And the bank told me that my personal account, as well as the independent Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy account, have...
So we're starting from ground. Dude, 40 years from now, the school's going to be right around the corner.
Both been frozen. Both bank accounts have been frozen.
According to Umar, his financial accounts have been hacked and frozen, leaving him with no access to FDMG funds. Now, there's been no bank or regulatory
Which
authority...
he now needs more of your money to settle.
That's corroborated this story of Umar's. There's been no report of a police investigation, and Umar hasn't provided...
Who the fuck is falling for this at this point?
...any proof of a bank correspondence or any court filings. So far as we know, he could just be making up all this shit. This could just be scheme number 272 to get some shekels out of what remains of his loyal base. You know what Umar did do, though, with his back against the wall and only $5 to his name?
Until my bank account is frozen or canceled so I can get my money back and open up a new account, please hit my Apple Pay
or hit my PayPal.
He started e-begging. It's like a reflex for him at this point. When in trouble, beg. When in doubt, beg. When under scrutiny, beg. When it's raining outside, beg. When one of your baby mamas threatens to raise your child support payments, beg. It's all he knows how to do. He legit can't live any other way. Grown-ass nigga in his 50s. Supposed to have opened the school a whole ass 13
What the fuck is this fit?
years ago. But where's all that money he got to build the school gone? It's gone to all the trips he takes across the states, to Africa, to Europe, to Latin America, to Asia. It's gone to all the motels he crashes at on his speaking tours that he has to beg for now despite constantly claiming to be the most requested black speaker and scholar. It goes to gambling, to dinners, to fashion, to drinks, to strippers, to nigga trinkets, and so on and so forth. Definitely ain't going to building Black Hogwarts.
He sets up this whole idea that his bank accounts are frozen. But he did that because he knew that these buildings had past due bills that would ultimately, if he doesn't pay them by the 25th, I believe, that ultimately they're going to go up for sale at sheriff auction. What he was attempting to do was to make his followers believe
Wait, so they're gonna take the building back?
that somehow he had the money to pay these bills, totaling $38,288.22, but that he didn't have access to the funds because his bank accounts were frozen. That's what he wants people to believe.
So we're gonna start up again because the building's gonna be seized. $2 from G's. Shekels? True, very anti-Semitic.
But he's not able to pull it off. Sorry for all the dedicated Dr. Umar supporters who sent hundreds or even thousands of—
As a Dr. Umar fan, I am disappointed.
dollars to this duplicitous, skeezy-ass motherfucker. But FDMG is not coming.
What happened to the FDMG Cash App? The struggle streamers had it shut down. What happened to the FDMG Cash App? The struggle streamers had it shut down. What happened to the FDMG Cash App? The struggle streamers had it shut down.
Me and my Jewish trans wife from Botswana were looking forward to sending our black son to this school, and quite frankly, I am disappointed, Dr. Umar. Well, that's a good video, breaking down the progress of the school. Subscribe to Mikey No More. That was a very good video. Nick Fuentes gay moments tier list. Based. Drop this guy a sub. Drop this guy a sub. But yeah, that's probably gonna wrap it up for today's stream. I know it wasn't very interesting. We didn't have a lot of topics. I managed to somehow stretch this fucking thing out to 4 hours. And yeah, I mean, I'll see you guys potentially tomorrow. I don't know. We'll have to see. But yeah, thank you guys for all the support recently. We've hit goal the last 3 streams. Viewership has been on the up. Subs have been on the up. Okay, it's not, you know, I'm not the biggest name on earth right now, but it is so great to see everything. When I look in analytics, see fucking everything in the positive. And I've tried to reciprocate with stream, like not doing my fucking 3-hour streams. So I really appreciate you guys. Thank you for all the support. Like up on your way out. And yeah, I will, I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow, I think, potentially. But yeah, hold on. Who can we raid into? Soul Skibbity is streaming. Then I'm raiding into Soul. Is he actually live? Alright, I'm raiding in. Enjoy Soul, everybody. Show him some love. He's back after a while. Take care.